Papatua nuku e takato ake nei. Tuia i runga, tuia i raro, tuia i roto, tuia i waho. Ka rongo te pō, ka rongo te ao. I te kōrero rero i te wā, nanga nanga pūā, takataka pūā, whio whio. Ka ahu nuku te marama, ka ahurangi te marama, ka tako tō te hau otu. Tū te wini wini, tū te wana wana, tū whakaputa atu ki te whai au, ki te ao marama. Tūturua whiti whakamaua kia tīnā. Hui e! Anō reira, tikana kia mihi ki aia kei te wāhi ngaro ko ia te timatanga o te whakaro nui ko ia te whakamutunga o ngā mea tapu katoa. Nō reira, kia huri te kei o tō tātou waka ki tō tātou rungarawa. Kia tau mai tana manaakitanga ki runga kia tātou tēnei rā. Kia inoi. Tākiri ko te ata kōrihi ko ngā manu. Ngā manu korori, ngā manu korora, kōrero tia mai nō tua whakarere. Hihi ana mai tamanu i tērā ki te pairangi e. Ko te ao marama he tio, he huka, he hauhu, tihei, mauri ora. Nō reira, tēnei te taunaki i ngā mihi e rere atu i te ata nei ki ngā mate tuatini e pikaungia ana e tēnā o tātou. Kia tai atu rātou ki te kāhui kura, kia tai ki te pai o maumahara. Hoki rawa mai kia tātou ngā mahuetanga iho e noho nei, e aku nui, e aku rahi, e aku rangatira, ngā mihi o te ata kia tātou katoa. Ka mihi au kia kōtou, ko hara mai anō, no tāwhiti, no tata. Huri au kia kōtou ngā kai kōrero o te rangi nei. E ngā mana e ngā reo, ka mihi au ki ngā maunga whakahi. Ki ngā watapu e rere ana ki te moana, ki ngā kāwai rangatira kua hau mai nei. Tēnei te mihi mai te ngā kauiti rawa kia kōtou katoa. How's everyone feeling this morning? Kei te pai? I hear all celebrations have been waiting for tonight, so ka pai. Just a little reminder this morning about... where am I? About our wharepakus just over here in the corner or outside on level 3. In case of an emergency, Te Papa Museum Visitor Services team will take full charge of evacuation and will ensure the building is fully evacuated. The assembly points are at the front of Te Papa, near the Circa building over here, on the corner of Cable Street next to Waitangi Park. The Visitor Service team will advise all guests when the building has been cleared for re-entry. I just want to do a little mihi to Ngāti Kaipaipa. Thank you very much. Not many of us were seen. Not many of you were seen smoking outside the very front of the doorway. But again, non-smoking environment tēnei whare. I te mea, ne, kei te tiaki i tō tātou taonga tapu. All electronic devices are also not permitted. Again, if you need validating for parking, the machine's over there. I was going to say help yourself. No food or drinks are to be taken out of the Amokura Valley Gallery. And no takeaway coffees can be brought from the cafe outside and brought into the venue here. Wi-Fi is available under Te Papa events on your device if you've just arrived today. A Te Papa internet page will pop up when you open your browser. Simply type in the access code events and accept the terms and conditions. Nō reira, karea we pirangi kia kumea tōro i ngā kōrero. We're just a little bit behind time. So I'd like to ask Tracy Black to introduce our first speaker for the day. Ngā mihi o te ata.
Morena koutou. This year, the Indigenous Nurses Conference, we have been surrounded by many knowledge keepers from all walks of life who have shared their wisdom unselfishly with us. The next speaker, he reminds us that if we are to know everything there is to know, we must be able to see and adapt an ever-changing world, while also acknowledging that there may be values and attitudes informing our seeing that will not and should not change us. Like the maunga, our tikana, our uniqueness will remain, no matter what changes might be made its appearance, its importance, and that there is a need to respect the unchanging as well as the immunity of change. I'm honoured to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Moana Jackson, a lawyer, an author, an expert in Te Tiriti o Waitangi and constitutional issues. His fierce intelligence and ability to call the crown out while delivering his message and his gentle nature and soul have inspired and influenced many people in some way or another. He's the most articulate person I've ever been able to have a conversation with and an opportunity, with a wealth of knowledge and experience, and I'm sure we will all be captivated by his narratives today as he takes us all on a journey. A welcome to the stage, Dr. Moana Jackson.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou. Kia koe a kīla ne tīmata tēnei hui o tātou I te rānei, tēnā rau a tukue. A koutou ngā kai whakahaere, Kerry koutou mā. Ka nui te mihi kia koutou, e awhi nei e tautoko nei a te kaupapa o tēnei hui. Ki taku mokopona, me aku hoa, me aku whanaunga ngā Ngāti Parau me Ngāti Kahungunu, tēnā koutou. Huri noa, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. It is so nice to be back with you this year. I have very fond memories of my involvement with Māori nurses over the years, and I've always liked coming to the conference because it's a chance to catch up with people, particularly to catch up with whanaunga. I can always identify the kahungunu table because it's dignified, quiet. And on my Ngāti Parau side, I can always recognise that table because it's noisy and boisterous and so on. But it is lovely to be with you, and I hope that what I have to say might be of some value. I realise that the health sector is about to undergo another one of its restructurings and so on, and the talk of a Māori Health Authority, while positive in many ways, I think also might contain fishhooks for our people, which we need to be aware of. But I think nevertheless it's an exciting time, and as Māori healthcare professionals you contribute to that excitement, and I thank you for that. When I saw the topic of today's or this year's hui about the maunga, I thought what a cool topic. There are always lots of stories about maunga. And I'd like to begin, if I may, with just a couple, one of which I may have told before at conference, but I hope you'll bear with me. Our little maunga in Kahungunu is called Kahuranaki. It's not as grand and majestic as Hikurangi. It doesn't tower as high in the sky as Aoraki and so on. But it's our maunga, and so it's the best maunga in the world. And when I was a student at law school, the government was starting to put, this shows my age a bit, was starting to put the first television transmitters around the country. And they needed a high point in each place to put the transmitter. And so they decided that at home the transmitter would go on our maunga tapu. And so we had hui at home about how we could stop that. Because although our maunga stood in the middle of land that was now owned, having been taken from us by Pākehā farmers, it was still our maunga, and we didn't think it was appropriate to have a television transmitter on top. So at these hui, we decided to protest. And the first protest was pretty mild. We wrote to, I think it was called the Minister of Broadcasting at the time, and got no response. So we had another hui, and a lot of our young people came back home from Auckland and Wellington and elsewhere. And at the hui, we decided that we should climb the maunga and sit there as a protest about what might happen. And everyone agreed, and it looked like there was going to be this huge migration of kahungunu mokopuna to our maunga. But it was an example of what I call the tautoko syndrome, which you may be aware of. And someone will come up with an idea and everyone will go, oh, kia ora, tautoko, tautoko. And then when it comes to the crunch, the tautoko is actually not there. So we arrived at the maunga on the appointed day, expecting this horde of kahungunu mokopuna to arrive to defend the maunga. And there were 7 of us. We thought, oh, well, seven's enough, but we'll wait a bit longer. And then no one else came, so we clambered up the maunga. It's not a very high maunga. And sat in this beautiful sunny day. We'd learned enough at that time to contact the media, so they had come and they'd taken photos of us and so on. And then as we were sitting on top of the maunga, we saw this figure walking across the paddocks in a tight, short mini skirt, high heel shoes. We couldn't quite figure out who it was, and then the person was carrying this little placard which we couldn't read until they got closer and started to stumble up the maunga. And we realised that it was our whanaunga Chris, who was a transvestite, big woman, kicked off the high heels and clambered up to the top of our maunga. And his makeup was running and so on. And then she stuck the placard in the ground which said, Queens in Defence of the Maunga. And I thought, yeah, that's actually quite cool, because the maunga belongs to all of us, no matter who we are, where we come from. If we are mokopuna, then it's our maunga. And I've never forgotten the lesson from that day about that. The second story is about my koro, who you might have heard me talk about before. And the first time he took me to Kahuranaki. And I was a bit nervous, I was quite young, but we climbed over the fence into the farmer's paddock and walked to our maunga and sat at the base, and he told stories about the history of the maunga, how it got there, what it meant, and so on. And he said a couple of things that I've never forgotten before we started our little hikoi to the top of the maunga on that day. He said, never forget to touch your maunga. That it's not enough just to say what your maunga is in your pepeha, ko hikurangi te maunga, ko taranaki te maunga, or whatever. But find the time, at some time, to touch the maunga. And if it's too high to climb, just greet it and be with it for a while. And as we climbed, we passed 5 sort of quite big rocks jutting out of the side of the maunga. And my koro called them the story rocks. And as we approached each rock, he would stop and tell me stories about the maunga. And there were 5 as we headed up to the summit. And when we got to the summit, you could look across the broad expanse of the Heretaunga Plains. And you look in one direction where a lake used to be, Te Roto a Tara, which was the site of the Kahungunu story that's not as well known as the Te Arawa story, but where one of our tipuna whaia, Te Huhuti, swam across the lake to her lover. But when the land was taken off our people, the farmers drained the lake to get more pasture. But whenever it rains really hard, it's like the lake comes back up again and floods the paddock. And a few years ago, one of our poets from home, Rangi Chadwick, wrote about that when he said, "One day the lake will reappear, claim its beauty, and I will walk on its waters, and I will hear the trampling feet of our haka and the soft sighs of our ancient lovers." And when he wrote that poem, I thought that that was appropriate too, because it cemented our place, not just with the maunga, but the waters and the whenua of our land. And so what I thought I'd talk about today is to take those stories as the basis, take those 5 story rocks as a framework for where we might go if we heed the call of our maunga. And so the first marker rock as you climb the maunga, I called the rock of knowing where to begin. Because in whatever struggles we have, whatever aspirations we might have as a people, it's always important, I think, to know our beginnings, to know where we have come from, to know the legacies that our tipuna have left, to know the struggles that we have had. And I can remember when people like Eri Hapeti Ramsden and others first began to talk about Māori nurses as a rōpū that deserved recognition in its own right. And she developed the idea of cultural safety as part of the educational training of nurses, that was a difficult struggle. And Eri Hapeti got hauled before the Education Select Committee of Parliament and was interrogated about promoting separatism and so on. And all of those things were part of the beginnings which has led to us being here together today. So part for me of heeding the call of the maunga is that our maunga have always been there since our beginnings, and whatever journey we take, we should honour and know those beginnings as well. And as we climb the maunga and come to the second rock, then it's the rock of knowing who has come before us, upon whose shoulders we stand. Because from those beginnings rise up the names of a whole lot of brave and courageous people who paved the way for where we are today. And many of them have been nurses, whom you will know, I'm sure, or know of their histories. So I think of, for example, Emere Ka, who may have been one of the first Māori nurses to train as a Pākehā midwife. And when she started working in a hospital in the 1930s, her greeting from the matron of the hospital was, "Well, because you're Maori, I expect you to work twice as hard to prove you are as good as us." That must have been a really awful thing for a bright, intelligent young Māori woman to be told on the first day of work. But she did. worked twice as hard. Not to prove that she was as good as Pākehā, but to maintain her own dignity. And there are lots of heroes, sheroes like that in your history. And those are the shoulders that you stand upon. And I think it's important that just as we acknowledge our institutional beginnings, if you like, that we honour the people who have gone before us. And you may have seen in the news recently that it's the 40th anniversary since the 1981 Springbok tour, which caused tremendous division. Some of you will be old enough to remember, some of you won't. But the leaders of that protest that are often named in the media and so on tend to be Pākehā. But the first public statement against a tour by a white South African rugby team to New Zealand was actually made by the Māori University Students Association. And the people who led that protest were often our people, who challenged the Pākehā people protesting against apartheid in South Africa to look at the racism and the colonising history of this country, that you couldn't in all good conscience protest against oppression in another country unless you acknowledged it here. And so while there were many brave Pākehā leaders in that protest who were beaten by the police, who ended up in jail and so on, I think it's important that we don't forget that it was actually our people who first began that public protest. And it has concerned me that in a lot of the celebrations of that great protest movement, our people have not been properly acknowledged. But they too are the shoulders upon which we stand. And people like Hana Te Hemara, my sister-in-law, who started the petition to have Te Reo Māori acknowledged as an official language. She was abused and vilified in the media and by politicians for daring to suggest that Te Reo was a worthy language that was unique to this place. And so when I now take joy in hearing our young people fluent in the reo again, hearing our mokopuna once again enjoying waiata and kapahaka, I like to think for a moment of Hana and all those others who led that move to have the beauty and the depth of our language once again acknowledged. And I think if we can find in our own way those people whose shoulders we wish to stand upon, acknowledge their contribution, that they have made the path in some way easier for us, then that's a worthy step in heeding the call of the maunga. Then if we come to the third marker rock, the third story rock on the maunga, it's knowing where our people are at now. And I think we're at an important crossroads, really, in our history. Because there's always a danger that the progress we make may be taken away, that the victories we have had in the long struggles may be denied us. And I've been concerned in the last little while about how the open racism towards our people has begun to resurface, concerned that it's often directed at our women, and particularly our women who have reclaimed the moko kauae. Some quite vicious and nasty attacks on our women, which indicates that in the end, as Frantz Fanon, the great anti-colonial writer, always said, in the end, a colonising country is a racist country, and you must always fight against the racism. And so in the successes we have, I think it's always important to be aware that the struggle is not yet over, that hopefully it will be over for our mokopuna, that they will have different lives to lead, they will stand on our shoulders and be grateful for the work that we might have done. But that requires a certain courage on our part, a certain realisation, as you will know, as nurses, that in spite of all the progress, our people still have worse statistics in healthcare, in education, in the criminal justice system, and so on. And so for every progress we make, there are these continuing underlying injustices. So while we are at a better place than we were 20, 30 years ago, we always need to be honest about where we are at. And I often like in that regard to tell a story, which you may have heard before too, about how a hui like this, which is now kind of accepted, although some people might still be worried about what are those Maoris talking about when they get together. But I remember when I attended a hui in 1990 of what was then called the Aotearoa Social Workers Association. And it was at Poho Rawiri Marae in Gisborne. And there were about 200 social workers, I guess, and about 60 of them were Māori. And after the formalities were over and all the organising was done, a young Māori woman social worker, whose name was Hine Tipa, stood up and said, "Oh, before we begin the hui, I think all of us Māori should have a caucus." And that was the first hui I had ever been to where I'd heard one of our people say, we should have a caucus. And the 60 Māori went, yeah, kia ora, we should have a caucus. And that started a 5-hour debate because the Pākehā social workers didn't want us to have a caucus. We're all social workers. We're all Kiwis. Why do you want to go off and have something separate? And it's one of the most difficult debates that I've ever been part of. But eventually it was agreed, and so the others went into the wharekai and we stayed in the meeting house. And a couple of hours later, I went out to get some papers from a friend's car, and it was raining, it was dark, and there were all these Pākehā men huddling out in the dark and in the rain. And I said, what are you doing? And they said, oh, we started our caucus, and the women said we should have a women's caucus, and we got kicked out. Well, now we can caucus. We can come together as ourselves, be ourselves, and for ourselves. And that's part of where we're at now too. And I often think that that young Māori woman, Hine, who said we should have a Māori caucus, is another one of those unsung heroes that we should know and acknowledge. And then if we move further up the maunga to the next marker rock, to the next story rock, I call it the rock of where we might go. Because I think it's always important that we have aspirations and visions about where we might go. And I was so pleased to see Hine Wirangi here this morning, because a few years ago now she wrote a poem about our ancestors travelling across the Pacific. And in the poem she says, "Arise, arise, look to the ancestors for guidance." And looking back to the ancestors for guidance is part of navigating where we might go. And there are two examples of that, but there are many others. There are two examples of that about where we might go that I'd like to touch on briefly. I've been working for a number of years now, too many years actually, with two pretty amazing researchers, Anne Wapu and Ngāwai McGregor, who are here this morning, on a report which we originally began to find out why are so many Māori in prison. Because as you know, over 52% of the male prison population is Māori men, but even more worryingly, over 60% of the female prison population is our mainly young Māori women. And when we looked overseas at countries with similar histories like Australia, Canada and the United States, we found the same reality, that Indigenous peoples are proportionately the most represented in prison. And so the thrust of our research changed from just why are there so many Māori in jail to a broader question of why do countries with a history of colonisation imprison so many Indigenous peoples. And when you shift the research to that starting point, it goes off in a quite different direction. Because it seems to me that part of the colonising process was to confine and control the tangata whenua so that their lands and their resources could be taken. And that was eventually manifested in the establishment of a criminal justice system, the building of prisons on land which had never known the idea of prisons, and so on. And it led to what is known, and I'm sure you've heard of it, the pipeline that leads often through children being taken by oranga tamariki and then put on a pipeline that ends up in prison. And when I did similar research in the 1980s, our people often didn't talk about that pipeline, didn't talk about what happened when as babies they were uplifted from their whānau and placed in what was then social welfare or SIFs. But this time they did. And they told often horrifying stories of the abuse and the trauma that they had been put through. And one of them I spoke to in the early stages of the research was a young Māori woman who was put in care when she was 10 years old. And she wrote a poem about it. And she said, when I was little and got upset, my mother would sing to me. She would hold me close, and in her throaty, raspy voice, she would sing Ko te ro Māori e. And she would say, you are special, little Māori girl. Then Mum died when I was 10, and I got put in care, and nobody sang to me anymore. Just hit me, touched me, belts, buckles, hands, sticks. and then they would push me away and say, "You are nothing, little Māori girl." Well, I would like to imagine a future where poems like that will no longer be written. I would like to imagine a future where our mokopuna who cause strife, who hurt others, will not be dragged through court, end up in prison, but be once again be subject to the authority of a tikanga-based dual order through a revived, what is sometimes called a Māori justice system. Because if we are to exercise tino rangatiratanga in the future, then that must surely mean that we have returned to us the authority to look after and care for our mokopuna. Not just mokopuna who might be in need of care, but mokopuna who might have hurt others. And so we can find ways, as Hine Wirangi said, by looking back to the ancestors to guide us on how we might manage those issues in the future. And associated with that is some other work I've been involved in which seems to have gone on for too long too. That in the end, for me, the honouring of the treaty is not just about rangatiratanga being some subordinate authority to the Crown, but as an exercise, once more, of what in international law is called self-determination. That as Māori people, we can make again our own decisions, have our own resource base to do things of Māori, by Māori, and for Māori. And so that's the rock we touch on the maunga, that we look towards a future where there will be what I call constitutional transformation, that the way this country is governed recognises again the right, the ability and the authority of our people to make decisions for ourselves. And when we leave that rock and get to the top of the maunga, then we can look across the land again and say, yes, this is ours. And that land is in danger now because of climate change and the threats from human-induced damage to Papatuanuku. And part of our responsibility then is to stand on top of our maunga and make meaningful decisions about how we can once again look after our whenua so that she can look after our mokopuna as well as she has looked after us and those who came before us. I wish you well in that journey. As nurses, I think you have a unique role to play. I've always admired the courage that you have displayed as you fought for pay parity, a battle that obviously still isn't won. But most of all, and I've had experience of this recently, the care which you show to our people in your professional role as nurses. And so you are in a unique position, I think, to touch each of those marker stones, touch each of those story stones, and leave a legacy for our people. And then when you stand to recite your pepeha, having touched the maunga, having walked the path, literally or figuratively, to the summit, then you will heed its call and you'll extend that call to those of our mokopuna who are yet to come. So as I said, I wish you well for the rest of this conference. I wish you well for that journey. Huri noa, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, a tēnā tātou katoa.
I just want to acknowledge the fact that it's not often that you can take the stage with somebody with greatness, and that's what we're doing today. Is sharing a stage with someone with greatness, somebody who is humble, unobtrusive, and never talks about the tireless work that he does behind the scenes. Somebody whom has fought for freedom, not just for people in Aotearoa, but across the globe, who without his persistence and the courage and the support of other wahine toa, the United Nations Declaration of Independence for Indigenous people would be merely something that we've dreamed about. But as we see in the world, and as Matua talked about, the erosion and the plague of racism that exists, attempts to erode it and therefore try and take away our mana to be Indigenous people, is on the cusp. If we don't take the heed of our tipuna and stand up for the rights of the people who deserve to have their culture acknowledged. So I've been privileged to, first of all, have Matua be part of our rōpū. And the first thing that he said to us, ever so quietly, was the issue of pay disparity is not right. And ever so quietly, he said, you should take it to the United Nations. And as I keep saying, the United Nations is a long way away from Ngāti Kahungunu. And when you go to the United Nations in New York, it's such a powerful place on First Avenue. And you're amazed by, straight away, the gravity of this. But what he meant is that we've created a space for you to tell your Indigenous stories. So use it. And so we kept going back time after time because the rights for our peoples to be heard in that forum gave us a platform for others. So we acknowledge Te Puare, the heart that he gave to us. And we are privileged for that ability to dream, to touch that rock, to dream that he gave to us. Along with that, he gave us the fight of Annette Sykes to give us the voice in a litigious system. He also gave us the ability to network with the amazing people that we had on stage yesterday, to remind us that we're not alone in a fight. There are other people there to support us. And his humbleness, he'll never acknowledge the mahi that he's done for us just by saying, you should go to the United Nations. So I know that we all try to mimic how absolutely articulate he is, but it's because he's taught us to believe that we've got something worth fighting for, and for that we honour and respect you, Matua. So on behalf of the Runanga, and I know that the other group that you're part of, the other iwi, the Ngāti Parau iwi, but even though we talked a lot about Ngāti Kahungunu, how great Ngāti Kahungunu is, Ko te ro Māori e is a Kahununi song. That the other part, the Ngāti Porou part, the part that doesn't want to leave the stage, is going to give their tribute to you, Matua. Don't be afraid, Ngāti Porou.
Yes.
Can we get Kahununu to the stage, please?
Wō, Ngāti Porou. Tēnā koutou. Tautoko hoki au ngā mihi kia koe kai te pāpā moana. Me ngā kōrero kua tukuna ki a koe I runga I te aroha. Tēnā koe, tēnā koe. Well, whānau, our next speaker has been tied up. So what we're going to do is, rather than hold on, we're going to cut straight to morning tea now. Nō reira, kia inoi tātou. All right, who didn't have parakuihi? Kei noi tātou. Nau mai ngā hua o te wā, o te ngā kino, o te waitai, o te wai Māori. Nā tāne, nā rongo, nā tangaroa, nā maru. Ko rangi nui e tui honei, ko papatuanuku e takutoa ke nei. Tuturua whiti whakamaua kia tīna. Hui e. E kai, e kai, e kai. Ki runga ki te maunga e. Ko rihi ko ngā manu, korori, korora, ko rero tia mai, no tua whakarere. Hihi ana mai ta manu I tera, ki te pairangi e. Ko te au marama, he tio, he huka, he hauhurawa, ti hei Māori ora e. Ti hei Māori ora e. Ti hei Māori ora e. Kia ora whānau. Hope all those pukus are full now. Looking forward to these next speakers. So sit back and relax. Just a small message from some of the whānau out there to remind you about what Pēni Henare said yesterday. If you have any issues, email him. Bomb him, whānau, go hard. So to introduce our next collective, I'd like to hand you over to Carmen. Mauri ora.
Tēnā tā kouta katoa. Ko wai au e tuaki nei, ko tākiti me tuaka, ko Ngāti Kaununu tiwi, ko kahurana ki te maunga, ko kahurana ki te kāinga, ko Carmen Timu Parata tōku ingoa. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. I have the pleasure to present to you today and welcome to the stage, to the Atamira, the Rongoa Art Collective. My own journey in Rongoa started in 1991 with Te Awhina Riwaka and Pōmari Riwaka here in Porirua. The Rongoa Collective of the Art Confederation was established in 2017 out of the hopes, dreams, desires for whānau, living across the tribal boundaries of Te Atiawa, Raukawa, Tōrangatiratanga. Alliances are not new to this collective. The Paurongoa who are here today, Charlene, Ariana, Awhina, Pania and Hemaima, are all well known for their work in music, health, social services and education, as well as their deep passion for Wairākau Rongoa. As Kaiako Rongoa, the collective released that there was a need to support, guide and further advance the Rongoa practice for their 40-strong Kaitiaki Rongoa. You might see them at Hui Kaupapa, at Marae, in community halls and at large events like this. What is true for them is that Rongoa is a birthright handed down from our tūpuna. It is Wairua-led and Māori infused. It was and is our first medicine. To you all, nau mai, whakatau mai. Kia ora.
Looking for this. Hoki ki tō maunga, kia pūria ai rā e, kia koutou, Kua tai mai ki runga I te mato te whenua nei. Tēnā rā koutou, tēnā rā koutou katoa e. Wakata ka te hau ki te uru. Wakata ka te hau ki te tohonga. Kia makina kina ki uta. Kia mataratara ki tai. E hia ke ana te atakura. He tio, he uka, he hauhu. Ti hei mauri ora. Ti hei mauri ora. E mihi kau atu ki a koutou katoa, a kua tairongo nei. A te kaupapa e whai mua, e whai ake, e whai noa. Ara me whakarongo mātou ki te karanga o ngā tini maunga. I runga, I roto, ki raro, ki waho. Ki tō maunga, te ihirangaranga o ngā hau angi-angi. Ko ngā hau āwhio-whio, me ngā hau ora. E pūpuhi ana kei tō papa I te kāinga. Tēnā koutou, a tēnā koutou, a tēnā tātou katoa. A ko e nei nā uri, e noho mai nei ki tōku nei taha, nā uri I te kāinga nei. E karanga atu ki a koutou mai I tō mātou, maunga mai o tō mātou awa ki ngā puna wai, tai atu ki te moana, ara ko te moana o Raukawa nei. A tēnā koutou, a tēnā koutou, a tēnā tātou katoa. Oop, here we go. Me and technology aren't that good sometimes. Kia ora mai tātou. It's a great honour and a privilege that we stand or sit before you today, united under this mantle of the Rongoa Collective of the Art Confederation, to stand at the feet of our maunga on this our whenua and overlooking our moana out there, to greet you all that have gathered today, actually over the last 2 days. After yesterday's kōrero, which I managed to watch online, I was riveted to my seat. I actually didn't get a lot done yesterday, but thank you very much anyway. I am under no illusion that this conference has already had a kaihākari of presenters speak before you with much wisdom and knowledge and experience. I kind of look over the creamed paua and inanga fritters that you had yesterday morning with Minister Henare and Matthew Tukaki, and I think about some of those kinaki that are left behind from their kōrero, and I hope you take some time to reflect on those things. There was also lashings of coda tales and kina from both Ripeka and Donna, talking about, aren't we all hungry now for that kai? Talking about some of those prickly moments. Okay, when you think about kina, you've got to have the right resources and the right tools, and you've got to have a little bit of mātauranga to know how to kind of get into them. Also with coda tales, they're delicious, but you've got to know how to kind of crack them open and how to eat them. So I think about those gems that they've left us, and that's kind of a whole course of kai, but wait, there's more. And I think of the sweetened kāngawai that came last night into the evening with Dr. Taonui and Whaia Hene Wirangi. And so sometimes when you deliver, I think about it cooking in my mum's house, right? I think about kāngawai cooking, and we all go, oh, what's that smell? And she's got this big, huge grin going on in her face because she knows what's coming. And sometimes some of the content that was delivered yesterday is a little bit like the first smell of kāngawai cooking in your kitchen. And so it can be hard to bear, but actually if you stay with it, the outcome is sweet and delicious and delectable. And so I know this morning we had again another breakfast smorgasbord from Dr. Moana Jackson, and he served up some peko pesto to your kinaki pre, this kind of other kai that was served, which talked about enriching your lives with the call of home, but also to leave a legacy behind. And I've been hearing all of these experienced practitioners, these mentors, these tohunga, talking about leaving something behind. But when they talk like that, they want you also to pick it up. So there's a bit of a wero, there's a sweet kind of a sour thing going on in the taste buds when we think about all the gems that have been laid today, and how we then integrate and put that into practice over time. So that's my summary wrap-up of the past. Now we can kind of get into this kaupapa that we're bringing before you. The title of our kaupapa kōrero is Me hoki ki tō maunga kia pūrea ai. What does that really mean? What does that really mean? Do we even go home? Hey, that's some of those wero that we have. Our lives are busy. We have lots of commitments, and we are inside of jobs sometimes that are pressing on our time with whānau. But I wonder about this statement and how true it is to you, for those of you who are nurses, who are training as nurses, Māori nurses in the industry, and for those of you who are actually been here for a long time with lots of wisdom to share. I wonder about this because self-care is a huge, huge kaupapa inside of this industry. And I'll call it an industry because we know we were actually born with some other things, and that's called whakapapa. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about these places. Oops. So I wonder, where is the place that you call home in terms of your maunga? What does your maunga provide you? We are all umbilically connected to our maunga, and from our maunga, which is the source of who we are, come our awa and our punawai. We go to those places to bathe and to cleanse and to clear. I wonder whether you've gone there recently. We have, along our awa, if we follow that trail, there are ngahere, beautiful places for us to return to with the song of manu, with all of the nānara inside of the ngahere. Do you go there just to rongo? I wonder about that. And if you follow the trail of your awa, and if you're lucky enough like we are here, yes, we're showing off, it leads to the wahapu, to the moana. And there is this natural resource which helps us also to clear and to cleanse. We have been lucky enough to have been left by our tupuna, kawa and tikanga, codes of living, ways of being that guide us back to ourselves. They help us to stay in connection to our places and our people. If we're practicing them while we're either at home or living away from home, then they are our protective indicators for good practice, and I heard that yesterday, best practice. In our spiritual sovereignty, we have never lost our ability to be a voice for our place, our people, or our ways. And I want you to kind of marinate on that. I'm on the food thing, right? Because, you know, we talked a lot about the impact of racism yesterday, about the impact of systemic abuse that's inside of the places we're working in. And I wonder about that. How strong is your resolve and how resilient is your wairua and your mauri to these things? And so these are the sustenance places that we return to. Hang on, here we go. Don't read it, that's what that's saying to me. if we're at home on our marae, and we know that when we work at home, there are other kinds of pressures on us. Okay? There are other kinds of pressures on us. I wonder how that's working for you. Do you have the supports around you to ensure that you can maintain and sustain your nākau, your manawa, your hinenaro, your tinana? If you're not at home and you're working in some of these places, for the DHB, for a provider, what are you doing for yourself to ensure that you can return to the place, your centre, and rongo ki a koe? And so I want to just kind of lay this final kōrero, which was laid by a whanaunga of ours, I'm looking for Keila, Maru Karatea Goddard, and we were having a wānanga up at Matau Marae, and she was there crocheting these slippers. She makes great slippers, by the way. And she was crocheting away, and we were having a bit of a downtime kōrero. It's never a downtime kōrero, but we were having a downtime kōrero. And she was observing kind of all the different dynamic that was going on in the wānanga. And she kind of looked up from her slipper, and she goes, "Mā te rongo, koe ka rongo." Like kind of spun around and went, "What did you just say?" She says, "Mā te rongo, koe ka rongo." And so what that means in essence is, for us, rongo is to sense with all of your being, not just to look and to listen. That's only 2 of your senses. For us, it's about using your tairongo, the entirety of who you are, and it's an understanding that that's what you're observing things with, then that too is also the mātauranga, the wānanga that's dropping down to you. So mā te rongo, whatever it is that you're sensing, you're feeling, tasting, smelling, all of those things helps to feed the mātauranga and open up the rai. Open up your marae that you're carrying around. Open up the wānanga that's sitting here in your whatu manawa, so that you are always and never, ever will be lost, as they promised us in the time before. Ka pai? So, where's this leading to? Here's now the kinaki. I'm not the kinaki. The kinaki's coming with my hoa haere. So we have Ariana who's about to kind of ready herself, and she's going to offer you a Māori tau opportunity using our taonga puoro. Part of our collective is a connection to our cousins and our brothers and sisters that do taonga puoro here, and it's an integration of rongoā practice with taonga puoro. We find this work does amazing mahi, and we actually don't have to do a lot of the work now because the oro does the mahi for us. So Ariana's going to offer a Māori tau session for you. We want you to kind of rest and relax and to actually focus, be on your maunga. Stand on your maunga. Think about what that view and that vision is for you, for your whānau, for your hapu, your iwi and your people. Think about the well-being that you, as the embodiment of all of that rich whakapapa, are there to offer when you step out of this place tomorrow. So I'm going to offer the time to Ariana, and then you're going to get another miri and rumi from Āwhina, and then you're going to get another little kind of a work through with Pānia, and then you're going to get a wrap-up kōrero from Hemaima. So nō reira kia koutou katoa ka huri tēnei ki a koe Ariana, nau mai, hara mai.
te ko haturere ma te oa whakamau e. Kariki ora ki te wei kore kore puka ki miniti ana kare kare. I kere kere a e tu whakaroria te korahia rakai hautu e. Pātoto ana ai hora ki tā kohu mai ine wai ki te mana huna e. Rere I hopahi ana hei a toto o papa ki ka popo ara ki hoia whakaroko ki te wai I ere.
Kia ora koutou. Hoki mai, hoki mai. No mai rā, no mai rā. I know, I kind of just fell into that one. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko te mea tuatahi, he mihi kawana ki te minita e tūwhira mai tā tātou hui I te timatanga o tēnei rā. Kia koutou nā kaiwhakahaere e whakaritenga I tēnei wāna I tēnei rā, nā mihi kawana kia koutou. Kia koutou nā nehi, woo! Yes, let's go! There you go, raising up the army, and it is beautiful to see you. It is beautiful to connect with you and to look in from my eyes into your eyes and think, oh, we are on a roll whānau. Kia koutou, nā kairongoa, nā mihi kawana, kia koutou, kia koe bi, running around, nui ake te mihi. Ko waiahau e tū mai nei. Check that out. So, he urio, so e rua, e maha a mātou maunga. We have lots of maunga that we whakapapa to. Ko waiahau, ko Maumau kai te maunga. Oh, she left. Hene wirangi, hoki mai. Ko Maumau kai te maunga, ko Niuhaka te awa, ko Ngāti rā kai Pāka te iwi, ko Ngāti te kauaha a tōku hapu. Nō reira, no he mitua hau, no Niuhaka. I te taho tōku māma, ko Taranaki te maunga, ko Waingongoro te awa, ko Aotea te waka. Woo! Ko Ngāroa Hinerangi te iwi, o kahu ki inua wai, kānehi māwitiwiti nā hapu. He Luke ahau, infamous, as we are, no kora, and e tipu ai au ki reira. So I was brought up there. But engari, ka noho au I roto I tēnei wāhi, te nuinga o tōku oranga. So I've been living here for most of my life. Okay, so I'm trying to, this one, the green one. See, not so much technology. Oh, rangituhi, hold up. Whitirea, te mana kupe. Oh, here we go. Okay, so for me, being away from my papakainga, my whenua, my maunga, I have an understanding of where I come from. My kōrero for use today is more about understanding where we are situated at this day and how we honour the stories that have been planted here for a long time. So here we go. These are pai. Well, whārangi, so te whārangi is a maunga, but they're ranges. So whārangi, whāro and te pairo are ranges of Wellington. In the kōrero today, we will be talking about te whāro. So te whāro is on this side. It's so funny to be here. It's on this side of Wellington. So if you know the kōrero, the pūrako about te ika Māui, so we are at te upoko o te ika, or the head of the fish. One of the eyes is the hapa. So te whanganui ātara is one of the eyeballs. The other one is over at Wairarapa. So that's another eyeball. However, we are sitting right here in one of the eyeballs. The original name of that was called Waimana. Inside Waimana, you have 3 islands. Hold on. 3 mautere. You actually see one here. That's Machu there. So Matiu or Machu, kia koe te kōrero, Mākaro and Mokopuna. So those are 3 mautere o tēnei whanga, and then we have our 2 kaitiaki, ngake and whātaitai. However, today we are talking about some different kind of kōrero. So when we have this kōrero, we talk about mana whenua kōrero that comes from Taranaki Wānui or Taranaki Whānui. When we have the whārangi, whāro, te pairo kōrero, we have mai te timatanga. So what was here before that kōrero? So before that kōrero, aroha mai, we have a story. We have a story that helps us to hear. It helps us to listen. It helps us to rongo. It either connects us or it disconnects us. We either value it or we devalue it. We are the choice, and it is my choice as to what I see, as to what I hear, as to what I feel, and what I taste, and what I smell. Our senses, plus what we know, what we remember, and what we honour. That is our sense, that is our rongoā. So the difference between what we know is the story, because what you hear and what I hear are 2 different stories, 5 different stories, 50 different interpretations, because where we're at is actually what we hear, is what we see, is what we feel, is our kai. That is the kai that we eat. Te pū o te rā e kau, the source of light that bears all. Pū rā kau. So the creation narrative of a story. Why hina hina? Why hina hina? Oh, mākaro. These are the mautere that sit in te whanganui ātara. Matiu. That's at the top of Hull Whenua, which is an old pā site. Mā tairangi, yes, tangi te keo. Keo is the albatross, which used to tangi for whātaitai or haitaitai or wātaitai when he was caught on the last breath of te ika Māui. Oh, yes, sorry. Is the waihinahina one in here? Oh, yes. So here we go. So waihinahina. So why? Why? So water, hina. Hina he atua tērā, eh? So when we have atua inside of our names, we have to honour that kōrero. So hina is another kupu for hinori or hine te iwa iwa. So hine te iwa iwa for our fire back there is the atua or the kaitiaki or the atua wahine of weaving, but also of childbirth and also of this whare tangata here. So when we honour those ingoa, we honour the atua within inside them. So hina is also another word for greying of the hair. And also, Waihinahina was created from Wainuiatia. So Wainuiatia from Hine Wirangi's kōrero talked about one of the first relationships of rangi was Wainuiatia. And so with Wainuiatia, as she created Hine Moana also created ure. Ure is one of them, is Waihinahina. So Waihinahina, relating back to the story of our maunga and what has become of them. So right now, Waihinahina sits where the quarry is at Horokiri and has been dug out. So Waihinahina originally, if you come past Ngā Uranga, so Ngā Uranga is one of the places where, well, it's actually where Ngaki came from. So Ngaki, one of the kaitiaki or one of the taniwha of this area. So, Whātaito. Whātaito came from there. And so underneath Ngā Uranga, which is the original post place of the waka that used to come here, is a awa called Waikomako. And from Waikomako flows Waihinahina. It actually flows out like this. You can actually see it. It doesn't flow anymore, but you can see it. It is imprinted within the whenua. And so when you see it, it kind of splits and diverts, and then used to go down where Papararangi, there's a papakainga there, called Papararangi, and then that is called Waihinahina. It used to flow into a beautiful rere. So te rere o Waihinahina is a place where men used to go do their karakia hei taua. They used to go there before they used to go into war. Women used to go there to dedicate their children to hina or hine te iwa iwa. Children used to bathe there. So it was a very well ritualised tikanga place. So what that place is now is a quarry, is a rubbish tip, is an old rubbish tip, and also is a subdivision. We have this as a reminder. We have these stories as reminders that we still have to hold those rituals that actually fed Māori here, because Māori doesn't stop flowing. These awa and these waterfalls are still flowing. They are still falling. They are still calling to us to honour their story. So how do we honour a story when we cannot remember it? When it forgets to be told, when we forget our own stories, and so we don't hear those stories. So when I kind of have to go back to the same kōrero of know who you are, honour those stories where you come from, because when you move into different spaces, you transition what we know to how we are, to our practice. Okay, so as a final wraparound, there are tracks that are created by people, but also there are original tracks. So lots of the tracks around in Wellington were created by our people, were created by the many people. They were then turned into roads and lots of different things. They widened out those tracks. However, it should not stop us from walking them. It should not stop us from remembering the stories that come with those tracks, because what happens is there's abundance of information within those spaces, within the whenua. The whenua will always hold the story. And when we go into those spaces, it actually unlocks for us, and we take what we need to take from that kōrero. However, we have to give back. He utu, reciprocal, I know. I was just like, ooh. But reciprocal giving. Reciprocity. I got that one, reciprocity, but I was like, the idea of reciprocal giving. I give to you, you give to me. I give to you, you give to me. And that is a flow of fluidity. That is the lesson that we learn from our rere, like waihinahina, from your awa, whatever that is, aha ko te aha, we've got the lessons. We just need to take the learning and give it back to our whānau. So, raising an army, raise the awareness, touch as many people as you can. Effulgent coherence, as in, we are the change. And I was thinking of that Gandhi one, like, be the change you see in the world. I was like, no, you are the change, just be. Tēnā rā tātou.
Tēnā tātou, ko waio, ko tainui te waka, ko rangituhi te maunga, ko keniperu te awa, ko Ngāti Tō Rangatira te iwi, ko Takapuahia te marae, ko Pānia Solomon tuku wingua. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Nā mihi kia koutou, thank you for the privilege of presenting and supporting this kaupapa of raising an army of an Indigenous nurses. 200 years ago, the realities of intertribal differences, mai tūpuna te rauparaha, made the decision to lead the migration of Ngāti Tō Rangatira from Kāwhia. Led by our rangatira, te rauparaha, te rangihaeta, Nuhurua and others, the iwi migrated from Kāwhia to the Cook Strait region in the early 19th century. It was a journey held strong by whakapapa, Ngāti Raukawa, Te Atiawa, Taranaki and Ngāti Tō Rangatira. Nuhurua and Waitohi were spiritually and strategically important to the success of our heke, the confederation of whakapapa. There were many heke and the strengths of the many were called forth. Te heke tahutahuahi, the fire lighting expedition, was the first stage of Te Rauparaha's resettlement, which arrived in North Taranaki. Here, Ngāti Toa was joined by Ngāti Tama and members from Ngāti Mutunga and Ngāti Awa. Te heke Tātaramoa, the bramble bush, was the second heke which moved south from Whanganui to Ngāti Apa towards the Cook Strait. The iwi's journey south from Kāwhia was named Te Heke Mairaro, the migration from the north. We now live in an urban society with many different races and ethnicities, but we hold strong to our whakapapa ties, our connections, our stories and our mātauranga. Our Rongoa Collective of the Art Confederation joins us together in our Rongoa Mahi, in the rohe along the Kapiti coast. These are the rongoa rākau we have on our maunga and our rohe that our tupuna have left for us, for the ngākau kawakawa, the henenaro tātaramoa, the tinana tainui, and te wairua koromiko. The rongoa and healing practices I have been taught by my tupuna journeys, my nannies, koros, aunties and uncles, and mātua, to work in te taiao, taking care of papatuanuku, planting trees and taking care of the whenua and waterways, learning our atua stories, learning our whakapapa, being sustainable and growing a marakai, sharing knowledge of rongoa Māori, supporting whānau, hapu and iwi, and most of all, aroha. Aroha for yourself and aroha for others. Our maunga, our ngāhere, this is where I take my whānau, hapu and iwi, when they are needing rongoa, self-care and healing. Onto our maunga rangatuhi and into our ngāhere, returning to our home places to be cleansed and healed. As healers, we need to ensure we are self-caring and not only self-giving. Ka oho te wairua, ka matara te tinana, he aroha ki te aroha, ka kā te rama. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora.
Can change my name up there.
He does it.
Oh, kia ora koutou. Tēnā koutou katoa. Ko waiau, ko tararua pai maunga, ko puke hau te puke, ko wairere te awa, ko waitohu, ko otaki nā awa, ko Ngāti Raukua ki te tonga, ko Ngāti Pare, Ngāti Kōriki, ko, because my whanaunga's here, I have to tell everyone. Ko Ngāti Tūkore in the house. And ko Ngāti Huia. Ko he maima ka ki koeramu. Kia ora. So I'm given the job to wrap this up. So I want to talk about a couple of snapshots of rongoa. So you've seen us be in Rangituhaha. We're coming down and through the various vibrations and layers back to Papatuanaku. And we've gone round the maunga, and we're coming back to the centre of you, of me, where we are. So what's the snapshot? Snapshot is in every whānau, hapu, iwi, there is some nanny, auntie, uncle, who has the mātauranga of rongoa, among many other things. Regardless of the oppression and colonisation that has come upon our people, we have maintained the truth of who we are. We have maintained our mātauranga with the ngāhere, atua, with our mara, and with our rongoa. So here's the thing. In my boot, I've got my gumboots, my kite, my sikatoos, and my little spade. After I leave here, I go pick up some tauira. I may not take them to Hauhaki, but we may go and see a kaitiaki, patupairehe, or listen to kaitiaki, patupairehe, a being in the ngāhere. That's what I'm doing today. And how do we do that? Well, you just go in silence and shut up. You be quiet. And we listen from our centre, from our heart. Everyone here knows that because you're nurses. You're people who are caring about other people. The thing is, I want you to be so well because I have nurses in my family. I know the mahi that they do. And I know the strength that they pull from their own whānau. And so when I take these tauira in this afternoon, it's with silence, as I've said before, and maybe it's with fear, because sometimes this is the first time we've actually touched on this part of us, that we have a heart that is connected to the ara that we're going to, into that ngāhere, that we can listen on other ways for the tohu that ngāhere and the beings that look after that ngāhere are giving us. So the end product that you see, which is our tauira over there, and all the beautiful gifts that they make and do, that's only this much, this little bit of what actually we all do together. The thing that I like to do when I speak in conferences is never to have notes, because I never know what actually inspiration may come upon me. And which is why they put me last. It's true. But the other thing is I never have to speak too long because I'm sure you've got the message through the other speakers before me, so they do a really good job, eh? But I did want to tell you this. There are a few of us who were at a herbal society meeting in Titahi Bay, Charlene, Pania, myself. We were sitting there, and that's when we decided that we had to have an art confederation. That's when we decided that we needed to bring rongoa back into the fore and to be keeping a safe process and how we manage this. When I say safe, and I liked Awhina's kōrero about people coming into the areas and knowing who you are, where you are. Because we have a lot of people traversing our whenua, and you have in your area, who don't know the tracks, who don't know there's a taniwha there, who have no idea there's a battle that was fought there, don't harvest there. Yeah. And so the responsibility is to be visible in your community, to be visible so that people know who to go to ask the right questions. Yeah. So, oh yeah, we're over time. So I'll wrap it up, and I've got one little thing I'm going to do. Yeah. And that is our karakia that we always sing, and I'm going to make the tauira over there stand up and sing it too. Yeah. Come down here, because this is all our rongoa whānau here.
Come up the front. Don't be hiding. Come on out.
Yeah, don't be shy. But be loud. Yeah, ko te pū. Okay. I'll start it. Yep. Ko te pū te more te weu te aka te rea. Ko te wānui te kure te whē te kore te pō. Ki nā tangata Māori nā rangi rawa ko papa. Ko tēnei te timatanga o te ao. Ko tēnei te timatanga o te ao. Te aroha, te whakapono, te rangi Māori e, tātou tātou e. Te aroha, te whakapono, te rangi Māori e, tātou rangi Māori e, tātou tātou e.
Te tere whakamaua kia tīna.
Tīna.
Aume uie.
Tāki e. Kia ora. Okay.
E mihi nui ki a koutou katoa. Thank you, thank you, thank you to the rongoa crew here and their kaitiaki rongoa. Thank you for reminding us to return to our maunga and also to find sustenance in our own punawai within ourselves. So just in closing, we've got the waiata that we're going to sing, Tūrongo. Tūrongo, the ancestor, was interested in one of my ancestors, Mahinarangi, who lives not far from Kahuranaki. And I know she knew what she was doing. She used the rongoa, the raukawa, the perfume from that rongoa to attract tūrongo, which was very powerful and beget raukawa. Kia ora koutou.
Why?
Hey, you fellas stole our act. No. The words and songs of Hini Wirangi resonated yesterday throughout this room. The kupu, singing the soul back into being, stirs a distant memory within. Acknowledge your trauma by reaching deep within. Through taonga puoro, the singing of the soul back into being can take place. As you all heard earlier, with our beautiful koauau, that stirring it intensifies as you listen. As a nurse, I am often called on to use mirimiri as another source of a healing tool, a tool of healing. I'm often guided by atua and my wairua whānau. And when I saw our next guest on the program, I got excited, got a little bit starstruck, to be honest. I was guided to his taonga puoro many years ago, just scrolling through YouTube. And I often accredit that to my wairua, because they guide me to certain things. And if you're not listening or watching, you'll miss the signs. But I came across Horomona Horos, taonga puoro, and I had a listen, and then something came over me and I got goosebumps. So I've been using his sounds for my healing sessions when I take people into mirimiri. Now mirimiri is a shifting of energies. It's not romi, it's mirimiri. So mirimiri can be done through massage and kōrero. That's where the healing takes place. But when you add the taonga puoro, it puts another vibration and frequency into that room. And I have seen many on my table release the mamai through taonga puoro, through the mirimiri. So I'm really stoked that you get to hear Horomona today. And as you heard the stirring of the taonga puoro from our last group, I know each and every one of you have been given a gift of healing today through that sound. So Horomona is a master of taonga puoro. He's a composer and a musician. Horomona has been mentored by tohunga such as Dr. Hirini Melbourne and Richard Nuns. And today I'd like to introduce you and give the gift of Horomona to the hui today.
Kei a te pō te tīmatatanga o te waitatanga mai a te atua, ko te ao marama, ko te ao tūroa, a ti hei mauriora. A e te motu, e te raki, te tonga, te rawhiti, te uru, a whio mai i o tihi maunga ki tēnei o ngā whāriki kōrero o te takapau wharanui, o hine te iwa, o hine titama, ara o hine ahuone. Nei rā tētahi o era o ngā whenu o te pāhara keke, e mihi kau atu ana kia koutou. Anō nei he kōrero, he rito o tangata, he mauri, reo,
he Māori oro, he Māori ora. Nō reira, tēnei au, tētahi o ngā uri whakaheke o te tai tokerau, o te tai rāwhiti, o te tai hauauru e mihi kau atu ana ki a koutou. Ki ngā mārei kura, ki ngā whatu kura, i tū whakahira nei, whakawhakairo atu i ngā kupu kōrero o nanahi o te ata hoki. Nei rā te rarau kupu ki a koutou kua tūkē, ka tū mai a muri ake e mihi kau atu ana ki a koutou katoa. O tira ki te paipai taumata o te rōpu o ngā nehi o te motu, me pēhea nei te ki, he moko puna koe nā hine titama. Arara tērā o ngā waiata whakahira i te wā o te ātārangi e ngā tau omua. Me pēhea nei te ki tēnā, ara ko waira, ara ko a tātou mārei kura tērā, a hine titama ko tātou o na uri, nō reira tēnei katu ka mihi ake ki a koutou. Ngā kai kōrero kua tū i mui a hau, nōku kē te honore, te haramai, hei tāpiri atu i ētahi o ngā kōrero i te rangi nei. Nō reira kia koe, Kerry, koutou ko tō whānau o tēnei rōpu o ngā nehi o te motu. Tēnei te mihi nui, tēnei te mihi aroha. Tēnei te mihi aroha ki a koutou, o tira ki a koutou katoa, me kira ngā mana tangata kua whakatō ke i te kākano wa koutou nā mahi nehi, wa koutou nā tiaki i te tangata anō. Koutou hoki kua pupuri nei i tō kākano. Tēnei te mihi ake ki a koutou ngā tauira, kei te whai koutou te māra tika māhau te whakatō, kia kimihia i te wai kia whāngai atu, i tō ke te kōrero, i tō ke te mātauranga, ai tō ke te whakatangata nei i a koe anō. Nō reira tēnei ahau e tū i raro i te korowai aroha o hine raukatauri, o hine te iwa, o hine putehue, hine moana, hine tāpeka, hine tūpari maunga, hine rerekura e hikama ngā korowai aroha o ngā whenu o te korowai aroha o ngā atua wahine. Me tērā hoki o te tā niko tanga o te taurahere tangata ara ko ngā whatukura, anō nei a tāne, a tāwhiri, a tangaroa. Te wā o ngā atua mahi tahi rātau. Koera tō tātou tītahatanga i e neira, me pehea nei tātou mahi tahi, mahi ngātahi, kia hoi tātou te tauihu o tēnei waka ahu whakamu atu. Nō reira kia koutou katoa, tēnei e tū whakaiti nei e mihi kau atu ana kia koutou. He uri tēnei no ngā maunga o pūtahi, o taranaki, o hikurangi. Ko te toto whenua ka rere i roto i oku ia, arara, ko waitotoroa, ko waiapu, ko wairoro. Ko te whenua ka whāriki nia nei i enei waiwai, i te wā ka takahi au i rungi i te pātiti, i te taitokerau arā, ko te uri o hua, ki te tai hauauru arā ko Ngāti Aupoto, ki te tai rāwhiti arā ko Ngāti Ue Pōhatu. Ko waira tēnei he uri no Ngāpuhi, Ngāti Parau, Taranaki e mihi atu ana, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou te whānau. My England's not as good as my Māori, so... Yesterday when we were sitting on our table, I was having a bit of a kōrero. I was quite lucky. I was the thorn in amongst some beautiful rohi. Our beautiful korowai aroha of our Māori kura yesterday. And one of the kaupapa kōrero that came out, you know, there's so many translations. Heeding the call of the maunga. Now that word heeding, it's like, I don't know, is that like feeding, seeding, needing, you know, all of these particular kupu pāreha that we can translate into different factual knowledges from different reference points of our pūrākau. You know, the beautiful thing is the journey that I've been on hasn't been, I suppose it has been my whole life, I just, like Inuirangi says, just get over it, just kōrero. Hurry up, horo. And one of the things is allowing yourself to understand the journey that you've been on to get to where you are. And the importance of all your mahi. And so just to give you a little bit of an insight of some of the mahi that I do, anei rā he paku kiriata from a bit of music that I had the pleasure of writing with a tuahine of mine, Waimihi Hotere, no Tainui Waka, no Hokianga Hoki. Yesterday there was Te Pito o Te Ao, and there was Te Pito or something else. Well, Hokianga Whakapaukaraki is where everybody goes back. And so, nei rā tētahi paku tirohanga I roto I tōku nei ao. And so I'm a papa, I'm a son, an uncle, a brother, a nephew, a koro, a grand uncle, and all those many other words that Inuirangi doesn't like. But one thing that makes Te Ao Māori really relevant in today's world is he whānau tātou. Through being guided by my tūpapa, Papa Hireni Melbourne, Te Uri Whakaheke o Tūhoi, and Papa Richard Nuns, Te Uri Whakaheke o Scandinavia. They were able to teach me a number of different values, because before playing taonga pūoro, I loved the world of hip-hop. I loved the world of, a lot of my whānau thought I was just be a gangster. They thought I was just going to end up in one of these. All those different interpretations of, you know, we all know who that one is, we all know who that one is, we all know who, oh, there's so many different interpretations. People forget that that's also hang loose, chill. People also forget that that one there is power to the people. You know, it's funny how sign language can give so many different interpretations of who we are. Yesterday I was just wearing some jeans and a hoodie and that, and some of you were most looking at me, why is he sitting on the presenter's table? He just looks like a hoary. And I said, oh, it's because of my nan. But through the practice of taonga pūoro, it took me off the streets. I ran away from my family. The schooling system kicked me out at 15. I went to well over 15 different schools. And the thing that helped me sort of like get out or stay in the dark was hip-hop. I loved it. Reggae, I loved it. Music, I loved it. And I still do. But what has changed is, when I first started, I loved to rap, loved to battle. But what it didn't do, when I started learning about Te Ao Māori, it was really about, well, if you're going to put somebody 6 feet deep, if you're going to say you're going to pop a cap in somebody's ass, do it. You know, heaps of people say a lot of talking, but don't do a lot of walking. As you have heard yesterday and this morning, tautoko, tautoko, tautoko. But when it comes to the mahi, walking the talk, not too many people follow. And so one of the things that I've been able to do in my journey with taonga pūoro, it took me from living under the streets in Takapuna, you know, the bridges as you go past Awataha Marae, Northcote on one side, the Hood, Beach Haven, the other side, Takapuna. You know, all the way through to growing up South Auckland, Mangere, Otara, moving around the different hoods in Auckland, from West Auckland down to Cannons Creek, all the locals, Cannons Creek, yeah, represent. You know, the journey that I've had with pūoro, no one actually, when I talk about my past, I go, no, not you, horo. You used to live on the streets. I'm like, yeah? You know, used to live off potato peelings. We had more alcohol in our cupboards than we did food. You know, those are the realities of many of our whānau. Those are the realities of not just me, number 7 of 10 kids from my mother. Then my father took off, you know, and then had a few more kids here, there and everywhere. All up, I think I've got about 23, 24 siblings. Most of them half or kora or, you know, but Māori, whānau te whānau. You know, we all have our past, some a little bit more deeper than others. But this pathway that I've had with Taonga Puoro, if anyone's been reading, is that Hirini, this black boy from Tūhoi, Richard, this white boy, or he was not even white, he was red, from Nelson, they were able to get, I fell in love with their music because it done something to me that hip-hop music done in a different way. But I was able to bring the two worlds because all my mates were all going to hip-hop. They wanted to be the next Tapaha posse. They wanted to be, at that stage, the next Damn Native, the next iwi. You know? And then I jumped on this rangatahi buzz in the 90s where I met the bro Keelan. You know, I met many brothers and sisters who, in that level, on that generation, you know, being Māori was cool. It was cool to be Māori. The language was coming back. I heard a waiata, te pū, te more, te weo. I first heard that by Sean Ogden. And, you know, the waiata tūrongo mahinarangi, it brings memories back to Atarangi. You know, seeing all of these things coming back up, resurfacing. You know, it's a very important time for us to, you know, the call of the maunga isn't just something physical that we see at the top of something through our eyes. As what's been reiterated, you know, it's been a number of things being reiterated a number of times yesterday and today, is that we have an opportunity. You know, we all come from different areas. We all share the beautiful kupu that the sister enlightened us on earlier, is pūrākau. There are many ways we can say it, and it's every single interpretation is beautiful. And so I ended up changing the layout I was going to do originally because of the beautiful kōrero. And in here, I thought I'd look at a few different whakatauki that have helped me on my journey, and relate it to a particular puoro to share with you. And now the first one is, as you can see, tōku reo, tōku ohoho, tōku reo, tōku māpihi mauria, tōku reo, tōku whakakai mārehi, tōku waka kawe. And that was one of the first whakatauki I was challenged with my kaiako at He Kāinga Mo Te Reo in Rotorua, part of the Ātārangi system, and the beautiful pau from Ngāti Porou and Tūhoi, Ani White, for those that remember her. She was alongside Auntie Ngoi Pewhairangi and Kataraina and all of them. And my challenge was, because I was this hoary-as young papa, came into their circles, and I was asked to, create a waiata, and so this was one of the first whakatauki that I used. And but when we're heeding the call, or when we're wanting, Hina Wirangi yesterday said, whakarongo ki te reo, ki te karanga o te maunga. You know, many ways of saying that particular metaphor. And, you know, when I first came across Taonga Puoro, you know, I had this big, massive afro, and I used to have this, my own little Bible was Toi Yapi Yapi, which was a skinny book that came with, some of you may not know, a cassette. And in this particular book, it was actually the first bilingual resource made. And it was one of the first kaupapa, or first jobs that another mate, Marka Fat, worked on as a producer, and sharing kōrero with all those kuia and whaia and kraua that were involved in it over the years has been really magical, because when I first met Hirini Melbourne and Richard Nuns, they thought I was a bit mad, because when I went to their table of instruments laid out like this particular table here, I'd be like, "Ooh, toi yapi yapi, page 3. Oh, that one's on page 14. And you played that one during this waiata. You played that one during this one." They were like, "Are you okay, boy?" You know, and but what made me fall in love when they were giving their kōrero was, the kōrero about the pūtorino. And Hini Wirangi yesterday talked about this thing called duality, the wairua. You know, and the beautiful thing about it is, in the pūtorino, he tū momo mahi tā te tāne, he tū momo mahi tā te wahine. E mahi ngātahi ana ka puta ki waho ko te uri. You know, and so every single one of us have masculinity. Every single one of us has femininity. And when we balance them off in the many beautiful original ways that we do, you know, life is created. You know, and there is a voice that is represented for the tāne voice. There's a voice that is represented for the female, the wahine voice. And there's a voice for the tamariki. And so within each voice is acknowledged. Just like our beautiful waiata that opened up yesterday. They hear my voice. Hear my words. You know, and so with each taonga puoro, they each, like us, have their pūrākau, have their story, have their voice. And this, like what was mentioned, is, you know, the many different acts that this government played. And the 1908 Tohunga Suppressions Act was a big one that eliminated a lot of our rongoā. And the use of our rongoā, whether they were physical, medicinal uses of rongoā, or whether, as the tuahine before me said, the vibrations, the ihi ngāo, the ihi rangaranga, that is blanketed within the uses of our cultural practices, were with our tupuna. And now is the time we can not so much bring them back as just actually just waking them up again. Because we have the opportunity, as what's already been said, to make our voices heard. You know, I love the fact when somebody was saying, "You need to start an army," and I was just like going, "Oh, imagine if there were like tihate saying, you know, the Māori nurses, what's the Māori word for Sparta?" You know, that would be moon, you know, because I was at a wānanga once and I gave this little boy a kōrero about taonga puoro, and this was up north. So, and I was saying, you are your tupuna. We don't just talk about our tupuna being in the past, you are. And this 10-year-old, you know, reminded me of a few of my cousins. He goes, "Oh, sir. I was like, "Yeah, bro." He goes, "So what you're saying is, you know, my tupuna is hongi hika, and he's not just my tupuna, eh? I'm hongi hika, eh, sir?" I was going, "Sure, bro. Yeah, exactly." And so what do? "Oh, I've got to, you know, lift my head up a bit more, because I'm pretty cool. You know, I'm a bit of a warrior. I better start learning how to do maurako, eh, sir?" And I'm like, however you want to portray it, bro. You know, and it's about just reminding us. And so this first waiata that I just want you, well, it was actually started off with a wānanga that I had with a tuahine from Poho Tiare, Wairapa Ngāti Kuri, and a bro from Blackfoot Nation. And we got together and started having a kōrero, and came up with a nice little saying, being, "Never forget the stories and the medicines. Never forget the freedom fighters of your land. Never forget the bloodshed by our ancestors. Never forget. No, I'll never forget." I'm not good with technology, so hopefully this works. Never forget the stories and the medicines. Never forget the freedom fighters of our lands. Never forget the bloodshed by our ancestors. Never forget, oh no, I never forget. Spiritually connected, guided and protected, the purpose and the path, the questions that we ask, all the blessings that we have. Each and every day when we pray, listen to the winds, what they say. They love you, they guide you, protect you, they give you all that they can. It's all in the plan for the journey, constantly learning, universe is turning. Oh no, I never forget. Ancestral remedies planted in the flames of yesterday, the medicines uplifted, the stories to throw the pain away, of colonization that swept through our land and sea. We hold on to our past to guide us forward to unity. Medicine so pure, the people's valiant cure, safeguarding our cultural identity, our mana for the future. It's time to eradicate, uplifting our people to emancipate. No bet, it's been said, our people never forget the stories and the medicines. Never forget the freedom fighters of your land. Never forget the bloodshed by our ancestors. Never forget, oh no, I never forget. The freedom fighters, 1 million feet marching, are gathering off the multitudes like the tides rolling in as the waves crash upon the shore and the rain still falls. So too will the people of this land continue to stand tall. My hands have been blessed by the skills of my ancestors, weaving words like Tane Mahuta wove the stars of the heavens. Warrior spirit, ever present through generations. Yo, we never forget. Oh no, we never forget. We got vigilant plans to take back our lands. Freedom fighters, making a stance, many native people still in jail. We've been through hell, now we're coming back stronger. Our history is longer than the colonizer. We've gotten wiser, we're gonna rise up across the globe, cause we all know, and it's so clear, the change is near. It's time to prepare. Never forget your stories and the medicines. Never forget the freedom fighters of your lands. Never forget the bloodshed by our ancestors. Never forget, oh no, I never forget. Let me take you on a ride, not to forget. Let me take you on a journey. It's no bet, a story that can happen anywhere, not just here. It has it all, nothing to hide. This is my tier. Revolution coming strong, stand up for what you believe. Bloodshed of yesterday paid the price, don't deceive. Innovation restores the revival to rearrange. Radical awakening the pulse, it's restoration of change. You see me standing with the strength of my tupuna, my Māori flag. I wanna fly for ya. I got the red blood flowing in my veins, the black in my iris, the white in my bones, my culture ingrained deep like the trenches carved into the land, making a stand, silhouettes out on the horizon, rise up against oppressor, man who tries to suppress memories of the bloodshed, but no, we'll never forget Mauna Kea Hawaii, never forget West Papua, never forget Standing Rock, never forget many Indigenous nations. Never forget fracking, tacking, Te Whānau Apanui, Taranaki. When will it stop? Will it stop? Are you willing to change? Are you ready to be the change? Never forget the stories and the medicines. Never forget your freedom fighters of your land. Never forget the bloodshed by our ancestors. Never forget, oh no, I never forget. See, different computer, different layout, eh? Jeez. So, what that actually says is ko te oho ngā ake o taku moia, ko tērā te pua waitanga o te whakaaro. A wonderful saying of many, a wonderful tongi of many that were told by Whaia Te Puia Herangi back in the 20th century. Having her tau patu, tau tohe mate, Apira Nangata from the coast, they used to always have a battle of words, as the stories say. No, but this particular whakatauki was one of her many sayings that she had. The awakening of my dreams are the aspirations that can fruit for tomorrow. Only takes you to move. No, It only takes you, whether you're wearing gumboots, whether you got no shoes at all, or whether you got those flash Nikes, or I don't even know the flash names of those formal shoes. I'm a Jordans fella. But, you know, all it takes is for each and every one of us in this room to have a dream. What was his name? Malcolm X. I have a dream. You know, our tupuna said all those things. You know, and, you know, I remember one of my nannies, you know, from the Taitokerau, and she used to go, Moko, I'm bloody hoha with you young generation. And I was going, what's that then? She goes, well, you know, people are always saying that bloody kare te kumara e kōrero mo tōna reka. She goes, that bloody whakatauki comes from the Pākehā. Goes, why don't we talk about our sweetness? Because everything's being suppressed is because we're not talking about our sweetness. We need to let our people know that we are good. We need to let our people know that we are the innovators. We are the game changers. We hold the seeds. We need to tell our people more. But if we're going to say, oh, nā kare te kumarare o kōrero mo tōna reka, then we're just going to be a riwai. You know? And at the time she was saying it, I didn't really know what it meant. I was just like, oh, I just thought it was pretty cool. But then the more I started on my journey, every time it came up, you know, it always really made me think. You know, maybe the purpose of their whakatauki is for us to challenge it. I had the pleasure of having, when I started on my journey of learning te ao Māori, I had the pleasure of having some beautiful kaiako. And one of them was another humble fella from Tūhoi, Te Wharehui Amuroi. And every time he was our kaiako at kura, you know, he would come to us with all these beautiful, they called them kiinga, or whakatauki, whakatauaki, and all these different particular proverbs, sayings, and all that. And I used to always challenge him, every single one. He'd say, oh, koutou mā, hea, ka mau te wehi. And they're like, oh, ka mau te wehi is awesome. I was going, yes, matua. But if ka mau te wehi is for awesome, can it also be you're bad? And he goes, oh, kei te tika. No, it's all in the tonality of our reo. And I was going, yes, matua, because, you know, the English language has got 26 letters. When you translate that into Māori, we only use 13 if you're tūhoi. You know, we use 15 for some of the other iwi. But, you know, even though we have 15 letters in our alphabet, you know, like Hinuirangi said yesterday, aroha doesn't just mean love. There's 100 different meanings. You can say aroha to say aroha, oh, sure, aroha. But then you can say, hey, aroha. Just in the change of tone. You know, and so it's really about understanding where we can go. And one of the beautiful things about aroha, especially with taonga puoro, is like a lot of these puoro, you know, they have, every single one of them has the duality. I know the tuahine Ariana was playing the Koauau Ponga Ihu earlier, and you know, it holds one of the most beautiful kōrero. Now going back to Hine Putehue, she was a child of Tāne Mahuta and Hine Rauamua. She was a sister of Hine Raukatauri, you know. And so the beautiful thing about her tamariki is her tamariki had the voices of peace. And so every single puoro that you pick up that is made from gourd, there's nothing rugged about it. There's nothing like a pukana, you know. Every instrument you pick up that is made from gourd has a voice of rongomo. And what I got from Whaia Ripeka Evans and Wha Donna Awatere yesterday, you know, is, you know, when I found my Māoriness after, you know, running away, ending up on the streets, hearing taonga puoro made me learn my reo again. So I used to hitchhike everywhere. and then jumped in Atarangi, and then said, I was going, oh, you fellas got a song that I do all the time. You know, ane he hiki haiki, kaua e whakama. You know, and so I used to hitchhike everywhere, and every time I used to go from Te Taitokerau to Te Whanganui Atara, I just have an apple and a bottle of water, and I'd always get there. But everywhere along the journey, I'd always come across a different name, you know, like Mangere. What does that mean in Māori apart from lazy? Because there would have been a reason why they called that place that. You know, o Tāhuhu. You know, then carrying on down, Tūrangi Tukua. Okay, Rua Pehu. All these Māori names that, you know, you never really taught. You're just told that, oh yeah, that's a mountain. Oh yeah, that's a river. Taupo, oh yeah. They don't talk about Taupo Nui Aotea. They don't talk about the journeys of our tupuna that ascended those maunga to obtain certain things. And like what has been said, it's time for us to actually take a deep for some, and a long step back for others. And for some, it's actually just to reflect, is that, you know, we can complicate ourselves. And like, I know some can, but who can really honestly say that, you know, like what Whai was saying yesterday, you know, it was my daughter that gave me my our pepeha for one of my, I think it was Father's Day, and she'd framed my Ngāpuhi and my Ngāti Parau on Taranaki side, framed each of them, and then gifted them to me for Father's Day. And I was just like, that's cool. You know, that's cool, because she was learning it. She had asked me, and I said, hey, you still don't know, you're brought up in Kurakaupapa Māori, wharekura, and you still haven't, you know, you still haven't grasped it. She goes, Papa, we don't just sit in pepeha. No, but it's really about us reflecting and saying, well, how often do we tell stories to our tamariki? Because whilst they're on their iPads and their Androids, you know, playing on their PS5s and all of that, who are the innovators of our tamariki that are going to jump on their PS5 and create a pepeha game? Who's the creators and innovators that's going to be on, you know, you have Minecraft, how come there's no Waka Craft? You know, how come there's no Whare Craft? You know, that brings the names back. Pau whakarai, pau toko manawa, tuku tuku. A lot of our kids don't even know what those words are. And yet a lot of those kids speak Māori. They just see it as artwork. They don't see it as stories. When we look at Arapautama, that's talking about the ascension of knowledge, obtaining the baskets of knowledge. And just because you go up one side and down the other side doesn't mean you're going back down again. It's just allowing you to understand. Anei te ako, anei te hoki ngā mahara, anei te ako, te whāngai. Ako whāngai, ako whāngai. And so part of that is going back to our ngahere, going back to our taiao, and just being able to whakarongo and whiti kōrero with our beautiful environment. And with that, you know, the beautiful thing about what we try to do in te ao puoro, because a lot of every single puoro has a atua wahine and has a atua tāne. I was asked yesterday, do wahine play? I was like, of course. You are the kaitiaki. No? Whenever you hear taonga puoro, there is a atua wahine attached to every single one. No? Its whole reo comes from our femininity, because ai tāne mā, we have femininity. When we cry, when we get angry, when we laugh in ecstasy, you know, that's part of our femininity, letting us know that we are learning. You know, and for our wahine, yes, when we get angry, and we're like, and we whakaputa taua momo reo. You know, that's your masculinity standing strong for your mana. You know, but it's allowing us to understand it as kei te pai. You know, it is all good. And so, just to balance me off, e taku tuahine. He hana koe te whakatangitangi. So we're just going to have a little whakatangitangi. The space in here was taken and recorded a ngahere. You may recognise this ngahere for those that may go, hey, I know those manu. And you'll hear also in the background one of our mentors. I've stashed his bit of a reo who we just recently lost, Matua Richard Nuns. And of course there's some sounds that you will hear also that come from the realm of Wainui Aotea, in the celestial pastures of recording from space. It's actually working with technology whānau, not letting technology work against us, but working with it so we can hear their reo as well. And so, ko te ingoa o tēnei, how come that stopped? Oh, we've gone back. Okay, what happened there? See, that's why technology is funny, eh, whānau? Okay, let's see if this happens. No. We'll just play. Can you turn that up? Whakarongo ake ki te tangi o ngā tai aue. Te korimako, te kōkako, te riroriro, te miro, te weta, te kātipo, te tua tarai. Pou tonu ngā kaka o maire, o ka hikatea, o kouri o pūriri e. Nei rā te tangi, te reo ngā tai awe. te tīmatatanga o te waiatatanga mai a te ao. Ko te ao marama, ko te ao turoa. And koe te tui ke te kākā kūkū te kereru, you know, is one of our kaumātua back in Tainui. So kaumātua for he was one of our kaiako for Te Atarangi back in Nara. And one of the whakatauki he loves to use is this one, and I love it because it's got manu in it. And one of the kōrero that comes from this is, you know, whether you are a tui, whether you are a kākā, or whether you are a kereru, or any other manu in te wao. We are all different, but we all come from the ngahere. We all fly, some hikoi. You know, we all have our unique feathers. We all have our unique structure. We all have our unique ways. But we all come from te whānau o ngā manu. Some of us live at the ocean. Some of us live at the garden. Some of us live in te ngahere. And some of us live in te whatever, wherever else. But the beautiful thing is we are all whānau. And it's understanding that in that is a wonderful, special gift. And one of these books that comes from Te Ao Pākehā, and when I learnt about the dude himself, I was like, oh, that's pretty. But I love the saying. His fancy name was Dr. Zeus. You know? A lot of Pākehā, they call our tupuna savages, eh? It's like, damn. Some of their histories, man. But he had a saying in one of his books. You know, there is only one you. No one is youer than you. Like, how many whakatauki can we name that our tupuna talk about that. You know, mana motu hake, you know, you are unique. Stand strong, hold your mana tangata, hold your mana wahine, hold your mana tāne. You know, and I just want to finish off with this little spoken word that I wrote because, you know, these are just little insights. And it goes like this. Operation Revolution is about to begin. Contemplation, investigation, maximum, are you in? Foreseen intellect coming strong, fortified. Māori intelligence born, MIB multiplied. We be here with no fear, reviving true identities. Challenge fat, where you at? Exodus on the breeze. Ancestral remedies already planted to please, and we be breaking, contemplating, debating the T's. Not separated by any seas, just Māori and prophecy. So do you see what we see? 100% being native and creative, proud to be Māori. 100% te ao Māori is coming through, ki te whakawhiriwhiri ngā tangata tika true. Things will be revealed like a right before your eyes. Our essence being Māoritanga, this ain't no surprise. NATIVE is here, bringing back some hoary styling in disguise, a be a tear, dropping the bomb for Māoritanga. Oho ake ki te take o ko tahitanga. And so with that whānau, kia koutou katoa ngā nehi o te motu. Neira tētai o ngā uri o te whare puoro o Hinerau Katauri e mihi kau atu ana kia koutou. Te manoko ka kite anō tātou ia tātou i runga i tēnei ara e pau nei ngā ngaru o tangaroa whakamautai o hine moana i runga anō i te ekenga whakamua o tō tātou nei waka. Koutou ngā nehi, koutou ngā kai tautoko o ngā nehi, te paipai taumata o tēnei o ngā rōpū a tāhua o te motu. Ko ngā whatukura, ngā mārei kura, ngā kuia kaumātua, nei rā te mihi manahau, nei rā te mihi aroha kia koutou, e te ti, e te tae ngā hauewha, tēnei au e tuana tēnā koutou, a tēnā tātou, te whare. Mauri o.
Thank you, Ropu. I'm not going to say too much because what we just saw said it all. If you closed your eyes, you would have heard all the sounds of the water, of the birds. You would have heard the calls. And in that listening and closing your eyes, you would have been taken on a journey somewhere else. And except for the crashing of chairs behind us and dishes wrangling. But in saying that, it was a privilege to hear you, Horomona, and to our taua wahine who came up too, te tautoko, beautiful. Our rongoa team, thank you for being here. It's been a morning of healing, to be honest, and I'm really grateful for you all to be here. And thank you, Horomona, for sharing your gift with us and your life with us. Many of us in this room, including myself, can identify with your upbringing. And it just goes to show that you can, use those experiences to be human and relate to your clients as nurses. But in the extra added gift of taonga puoro and all our healing modalities. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, those are the days, eh, bro?
Wow. Kia ora no tātou. What a mean morning, whānau, what a mean morning. Tautoko hoki au I ngā mihi kua tukuna ki ngā kai kōrero I te atane. No reira kia koe kai te tuakana horomona. Tēnei te tūpau o te mahunga. Kua pari mai te tai o aroha kia koe. I te kai o ōringa kua hora nei I te nui, I te rahi, nā I o mahi whakahaere. No reira, tēnei te miha tu kia koe kai te tuakana. Just a couple of little things before we break for lunch, whānau. Can I please, I was walking around yesterday and I thought, far out, there are so many, somebody mentioned that it's been a decade some of the board members have been around for, and I just noticed that over that decade, there have been many of you that have sat on Te Rungananga as a delegate. So can I please have those of you that are sitting amongst us today that have sat on the board, please can you stand up so that we can acknowledge you all. Yeah, there's a few of you, all right? E aku nui aku rahi, tēnei te mea tu kia koutou ngā rangatira o Inanahi, anei ara ngā rangatira mō te āpōpō, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou kia koutou e tautoko tonu ana tō tātou kaupapa NZD no, tōputanga, tōpuhi, tāpuhi kaitiaki o Aotearoa. Well, I'm trying to say something all going, which means we would also like you to come up here during lunch so that we can have a photo with all the ex-board members of Te Runanga. So all those current board members, please don't run away. And I need to say this because I forgot to say it when we kicked off and forgot to say it before morning tea. A big shout out, wrong page. To our major sponsors, Whāmek, Massey University, Nursing Education and Research Foundation. Can I please have a round of applause? E te atua whakapainga tērā kai, hei oranga mo mātou tīnana, whangai hoki o mātou wairua ki te taru o te ora. Āmene. Mauri ora.
Diane started her career in palliative care nursing after receiving the Donny Trust Specialist Palliative Care Nurse Scholarship, which was aimed at training a Māori nurse in the specialty area. After she completed her 2-year training, Di went on to complete her Masters of Nursing Science, focusing on advanced care planning with whānau Māori, utilising he waka kakarori, a model to help engage whānau in difficult kōrero at difficult times. I was talking to Di earlier and I was asking her how I can sell palliative care to you as a career pathway within nursing without making it sound white. Di said to me, everything about palliative care is white, and this is why we need more Māori in that area. Nō reira, e te iwi anei tā mātou taonga no te atiawa, Diane Perenara. Woo!
E ngā mana, e ngā reo, e rauranga tira mā, tēnā koutou katoa. Kia koe Keelan, te kaiwhakarite o tira, tēnā koe. E koutou te mana whenua o Ngāti tō rangatira, te Ati Awa, tēnā koutou katoa. Ki ngā iho rei o te kaupapa, tēnā koutou. Kia koutou ngā nihi Māori, kei te mihi. Ki te kaupapa o te rā, e mihi ana, e mihi ana. I'm sorry, is it the green button? Ko waia hau. Ki te taha o toku kuraua, ko taranaki te maunga, ko waongana te awa, ko Aotea te waka, ko Puketapi te hapu, ko te ati awa te iwi, ko muru rātapu te marae, ko ihaka noble toku kuraua. Ki te taha o toku kuia, ko maunga tautiri te maunga, ko waikato te awa, ko tainui te waka, ko Ngāti Kuro ki te hapu, ko waikato te iwi, ko maunga tautiri te marae, ko te atakohu Daniels toku kuia. I te taha o toku mama, ko Priscilla ngā maunga, ko Pembroke te awa, ko Pembrokeshire te hapu, ko Wales te iwi. Ko Craven Mātua Noble Raua, ko Jeanette Oku Mātua. Ko Diane Perenara, tōku ingoa, tēnā rā koutou katoa. I feel so extremely grateful to have this privilege to kōrero today. I've been coming along to this hui since 2014, and I always tell everyone that it's my cup full of apurua, my wairua cup, my aroha cup, all the cups that we need to keep full. So thank you for having me kōrero today. So I just love that this hui allows me to replenish, to restore, to reconnect, to reboot, really. I really loved what Donna said yesterday, that the memory of this event will sustain us until we meet again, and I truly believe that.
So thank you for giving me your time today. Just a bit about myself. This is my whānau behind me. I grew up in Linton Army Camp and live in the Mighty Manawatu. I'm the oldest girl, but second oldest of eight kids. It's my papa on the left and the right-hand side, Craven. And between my husband and I, we have a blended whānau of 4 children. And 2 years ago, we welcomed our beautiful Grace and Tane. And then last year, we welcomed our lovely Zaiden. So, like Hene Wirangi, I've got Pinky Moko too. And that yellow, yeah, that's just a toy down the end with my nana. My nana, she died this year, and she absolutely loved that dolly. So, in terms of my nursing background, I've been nursing for 11 years now. So in my new grad year, I went straight into primary health at a GP clinic in Palmerston North. And as Bonnie said before, in 2016, I was made aware of a scholarship called the Donny Trust. It's got a really long name, the Donny Trust Specialist Palliative Care Nursing Program. And it was a 2-year program. And at that time, Aroha Nui Hospice had one beautiful Māori nurse, Pare Corcoran, who's in Whakatane now, and she was leaving to go home. So they knew that they needed to find some more Māori nehi to work there. It was definitely a very busy 2 years doing that Donny Trust training program. I did, I think, 4 placements across working in the unit as well as working in the community, working with the hospital palliative care team. And the last placement I did was back in the unit because that's where I wanted to work. At the completion of this training, I was offered a job at Aroha Nui Hospice. So we've had such a beautiful healing morning. So I am going to get clinical on us now, so I'm a little bit sorry about that, but also not because it is important kōrero too. So today I'm going to talk about palliative care. And I'll just touch on Hospice New Zealand and in the hospice that I work in Palmerston North, Aroha Nui Hospice. And just, I'm going to talk about Māori and palliative care and the future of palliative care for Māori. Oh, I can look down here, that's right. Oops. Is red going back? I'm so sorry. Okay. So why should we talk about palliative care? Well, it's, as the slide said, it's not well understood even by health professionals. And I mean, that is true, because when I was a working at a GP clinic and working as an LTC nurse, I don't really think that I understood the concept of palliative care. There are lots of misconceptions about palliative care, that it's often just perceived for just end of life. People think that hospice is just a place to die and believe that hospice will speed up death. And some think it is provided only by hospice or only for cancer patients, when actually most of our patients do have cancer. About 30% of them have other sorts of life-limiting diseases. And the other important reason why we need to talk about palliative care is that the need for it's going to increase in the coming years. Excuse me. So this chart here is the predicted need for palliative care in Aotearoa. So this was obtained from the Ministry of Health Review of Adult Palliative Care Services. So in the next 20 years, we are going to see an increase in the number of deaths. And this increase will happen because we are going to be seeing more of the baby boomers. enter their older years. Also, the age at death is going to increase significantly. In 20 years, over half of deaths will be in the age group of 85 years and over, which means more comorbidities. Therefore, the course of illness at the end of life could be very hard to predict, plan and coordinate care for. The number of people needing palliative care is predicted to increase by 50% in the kind of next 15, 20 years. And what's a PowerPoint without a definition? So this is the World Health Organization in lots of words, but quality of life is probably the word that I'm looking at. Prevention and relief of suffering, and not just looking at physical but other areas as well. So palliative care provides relief from pain and other distressing symptoms, affirms life and regards dying as a normal process, intends neither to hasten nor postpone death, integrates the psychological and spiritual aspects of patient care, offers a support system to help patients as actively as possible until death, offers a support system to help the family cope during the patient's illness and in their bereavement, uses a team approach to address the needs of palliative patients and their families, including bereavement counselling if indicated. So this is from the World Health Organization. So we do have a New Zealand or Aotearoa definition, which says palliative care is the care for people of all ages with life-limiting illnesses, which aims to optimise an individual's quality of life until death by addressing the person's physical, psychosocial, spiritual and cultural needs. And it's there to support the individual's family, whānau and other caregivers where needed through the illness and after death. So yeah, similar to the World Health Organization, but probably less words. Okay, the key word here is should. So palliative care should be provided according to an individual's need and may be suitable whether death is days, weeks, months, or occasionally even years away. And why I said should is it says available wherever the person may be, but that's not true. Provided by all healthcare professionals, supported where necessary by specialist palliative care services, and provided in such a way as to meet the unique needs of individuals from particular communities or groups, including Māori, children and young people, immigrants, refugees, and those in isolated communities. So that's what palliative care should be. Okay, so there is a difference between specialist and generalist palliative care. So specialist palliative care is like in hospice, is the services that hospice provide, whereas generalist is services such as your GP, your district nurses, other health teams such as residential care. So there is a difference between the two, and generally people will need specialist palliative care if symptoms are quite substantial or if they're quite distressing. So if they can be managed by your general practice team, that's usually who will manage them, but if they are a bit more than, if they're quite complex, that's when people may be referred to hospice, to palliative care. So there are 33 hospices here in Aotearoa, and they have varying capacities. So not all of them have a unit with beds in them. So some of them are community-based, like Te Rāwhiti is community-based. There's quite a few that are community-based. So they have beds that they use in the hospital or aged residential care facilities. And that's quite important to remember because people often think of hospice as a building when it's actually a philosophy of care. So hospice hasn't actually been in New Zealand that long. It's only been around since 1979, which is when the first hospice opened, Mary Potter here in Wellington, followed by Te Omanga, followed by another hospice in Auckland, St Mercy's. All hospices are supported by, all hospices are charities, and they are supported with some DHB funding. So the rest we have to fundraise for. Hospice New Zealand does have a Māori advisory group, Te Roputaki Māori, and that's led by Ria Earp. Okay, so this rōpū is there to support and provide advice to Hospice New Zealand. So this is Arohanui Hospice, where I work in Palmerston North. So we provide specialist palliative care to people living with any life-limiting diseases or conditions, from cancer to motor neuron disease to cystic fibrosis to end-stage heart failure. We cover quite a big region, as you can see, it's that green area up there. We have on average around 250 patients on our book at one time, so that's quite a lot of people out there. Our team consists of specialist palliative care nurses. We've got one nurse practitioner at the moment, doctors, pharmacists, social workers, spiritual and cultural support. So I just wanted to show this slide because this is our past year, and it's kind of just a snapshot of the services we've had in the past year. And what I wanted to highlight is that 11% of our patients in the past year were Māori. And also what I wanted to show on the slide is that not all people die in hospice, so only 31 people died in hospice, and 31% died in hospice and 30% died in private residence. Just trying to demystify that that's what people go to hospice for. Actually, most people die at home. This is our lovely kaitaka wainga. This is Dennis Emery, no Ngāti Kowhata ia. He's certainly been a really good support to me when I first went into hospice, because I came from a iwi provider into hospice. So I went from very kaupapa Māori environment to very opposite to that. And I was the only Māori nurse there, and so Dennis was definitely, a foundation, a rock for me. So he's available for our whānau at any time, and he actually will come in at any time to see them. And not trying to name drop here, but we are very, very fortunate to have Tā Mason Jury and Lady Arohia as our patron, and they've been the patrons for the past 10 years. And on the odd occasion, he does come down and deliver some kōrero, and that room just gets so packed. It never gets as packed as when he is there having a kōrero. Okay, so Te Whare Tapu Whā is featured in the Hospice New Zealand standards for palliative care as the preferred holistic health model when providing palliative care in Aotearoa. So we'll just have a look at, we'll go through the whare. Te taha tinana, so that involves ongoing comprehensive assessments to ensure symptoms are well managed. I'm not going to talk about symptoms today, though. So why we need ongoing assessment is in palliative care, obviously conditions change really, really quickly. So we need to be regularly assessing the symptoms. So for those that are usually under our care, the most common symptoms that they experience are pain, dyspnea, constipation, fatigue, weakness, nausea and vomiting, depression, confusion. And most people don't just experience one of these symptoms, so it's usually more than just one symptom at one time. And managing these symptoms is so important because it does obviously impact on their quality of life. And I just wanted to put this slide in here because, like I said, I'm not talking about symptoms today, but if you do want to learn about symptom management and palliative care, this would be the best book to use. It can be downloaded from the New Zealand Hospice website. Te taha whānau, so we know that palliative care diagnosis doesn't just impact the patient, nor does it only impact the physical body. It impacts on many things, relationships, it changes roles, alters roles, There's financial issues. So this usually requires the involvement of our hospice interdisciplinary team, our social workers, working outside of the hospice too, alongside maybe our Māori cancer coordinators. I don't know if other DHBs have them. I think we might be the only one. And just working alongside all the people that are involved in the care so we can support our patient and their whānau. And we already know that whānau play a crucial role in the care of people with palliative care needs, and that they provide the majority of the care. In whānau, we are diverse, and we have varying capacities, and we have the resources to provide care to our dying loved ones. So we as palliative care specialists need to ensure that our whānau are well equipped and resourced so that they can provide that care. Te taha hinengaro. So palliative diagnosis can impact every aspect of life, including our emotional well-being. So assessing for anxiety and depression is really important, as they are those two. Well, anxiety and depression is really, really obviously common in someone that's been given a palliative diagnosis. So again, we need to be working across that wider interdisciplinary team to ensure that we are supporting that whānau, that patient and whānau. And sometimes that requires input from our kaitakawanga, our spiritual support team. Some patients and whānau find utilising some of the legacy work that some of our team do really, really helpful. Te taha wairua. So this is obviously a huge component when caring for patients with an advanced cancer or disease. And a lot of the times, te taha wairua in end of life needs to be tended to above all other forms of care. We as Māori know that spirituality doesn't necessarily mean religion, but means different things to different people. In the study, Tōku Toa, Te Toa Rangatira, a qualitative investigation of New Zealand Māori end-of-life care customs, Dr. Tess Moeke Maxwell and other members of Te Arai Palliative Care and End-of-Life Research Group. It says, spiritual principles, processes and practices underpin everything whānau do to help alleviate suffering and maintain the mode of dying. Paratini Ngāta said, illness, dying, death and grieving are an essential part of Māori life. They are imbued with tapu and kawa. The formal rituals and practices are elaborate, and the reo, karakia and waiata are symbolic and poetic, encouraging emotions to be openly expressed. So what is important when caring for Māori at end of life? Like I said before, we as Māori, we are diverse. And what Māori with advanced diseases or cancer want or require from their whānau or palliative care services at the end of life may differ from person to person and whānau to whānau, and we would all already know that. So we need to identify what is most important to that patient and whānau. We need to be led by the patient and their whānau and identify their goals of care and what is on top for them. We need to ensure that whānau are included from the beginning, that there's trust, respect, and relationships and communication. How hospice staff communicate with whānau Māori will be the key in determining how the quality of the service will be received and whether the expectations of palliative care services that are effective, timely and culturally safe can be delivered. And we all know that a Māori approach to end-of-life care will better serve not only Māori, but all populations. And another graph. So Māori deaths are projected to increase by 48% kind of in the next 20 years. Māori that do come under hospice are generally much younger than non-Māori, and Māori are at risk of not receiving the full range of benefits from palliative care due to a late diagnosis, and I see that quite a lot, resulting in less opportunity to access and benefit from treatment. But let's be clear here, despite palliative care being holistic in its approach, there are still huge inequities for our whānau, for our Māori whānau, and there's still a lot of work to be done. And we need to do a lot better. So we'll just have a look at some barriers for Māori accessing palliative care. Unfamiliarity with what hospice care involves. Some of these things are the things that I said at the start, like perceptions of hospice as a place to die. Perception that hospice costs a lot of money. Well, it's free. It's a free service. Language barriers, gatekeeping physicians who assume that they would prefer not to use the hospice services, and fear of discrimination from the predominantly white hospice clinicians. Another massive barrier is location too. I mean, if we think of our whānau up in Te Araroa, for instance, they would not have that same accessibility and support and palliative care to, say, people that might live here and receive services from Mary Potter. In 2019, the Māori Select Committee called for submissions for the inquiry into health inequities for Māori, and actually our Māori Women's Welfare League, we put in a submission for this. The inquiry was focused on cancer care and the barriers that Māori experience relating to prevention, screening, diagnosis, treatment, cures and palliative care. The Māori Affairs Committee opened this inquiry after receiving letters from Māori users of the health system expressing concern and identifying shortcomings for Māori seeking cancer care. So we can see that this recommendation says that the government funds a public health campaign targeted at Māori to increase the understanding of the palliative care sector. This campaign would aim to raise awareness and improve access to hospice services for Māori. So this is what I would think would be the exciting part of my kōrero today, that there is 2 new amazing resources that have just been developed in the last year and a bit. One of them is called Mauri Mate, and the other one is called Te Ipu Aronui. So here's Mauri Mate on the left. That's what the front of the book looks like. So it's a Māori palliative care framework for hospice. So this framework responds to issues that Māori have raised with service providers and researchers. So the aim of this framework is to work as a guideline for hospices, so that adult Māori receive access to good palliative care, which includes good quality palliative care in the lead up to the end of life, good comfort, compassionate care at the end of life, and helpful whānau support during and after the illness and the end of life, including spiritual care and grief support. And if you don't work in hospice, that's okay. This tool can be used, it can be adapted, it can be modified to be used in other areas, general practice, age residential care facility, just wherever. So how did the new framework come about? So there was some funding released in 2015, and it was actually Tōtara Hospice CE who put up their hand and said, yes, let's develop a tool, develop a framework. They also had the support of Mary Potter Hospice. So they together, along with Te Ohu Rata o Aotearoa, created this beautiful framework here. So Te Ohu Rata o Aotearoa is the Māori Doctors Association. And I just wanted to acknowledge this beautiful wahine here. Her name is Vanessa Eldridge, and she is she's got a new role at Mary Potter Hospice. She's been there for about 10 years, but they've created a new role, Māori Equity Director, I think is what her new role is. So she is amazing wahine. This is the expert working group that developed this framework. I better say their names. Dr. Kere Rātama, so we're going across. Dr. Tess Moeka Maxwell, who I'm a huge fangirl of. Tā Toby Curtis. Dr. James Te Whare, Dr. George Laking and Ria Earp. So if you were to open up this framework, you'd see four sections. So the first section introduces Te Tiriti o Waitangi, equity, hospices and the palliative care sector. It reiterates the importance of the whānau-centred care in connections to Māori communities. The second wahanga is focused on understanding Māori as a people. It looks at social complexity, diversity of Māori, intergenerational trauma due to colonisation, and communication preferences for Māori. Tuatoru is focused on cultural safety and cultural competence, clinical communications, special care, wairuatanga, loss and grief. Tuawha is focused on developing workforce training that include training in Te Tiriti o Māori. So the components, if you were to Google Māori Mate or go to the Hospice New Zealand website, you would see these three kawa leaf at the bottom of the Māori Mate website page. And so the first kawa leaf will take you to the actual framework, and that is downloadable. So download it. The second kawa is the roadmap. So the framework is around about 50 pages, and if you didn't have time to read that, you could look at the roadmap, which is the second kawa leaf. And the third kawa leaf is literature review that was written by Kat Mason with support from Dr. Tess Moeke Maxwell. And I've already said where to find it. So there's another recommendation by the Māori Affairs Select Committee, and that was that the government supports and funds the implementation and evaluation of Māori Mate and draws on the framework. So there it is. The other resource I wanted to share today is Te Ipu Aronui. It's a website, and it's the outcome of the Health Research Council-funded study, Paeherenga. So this one was also led by Dr. Tess Moeke Maxwell, and the project was initiated by the Kahui Kaumātua of the Te Arai Palliative Care and End-of-Life Research Group. It's an absolutely beautiful resource. I was going to put a link so we could look at it, but what I did is I just took screenshots of the website because it's very easy to navigate. As you can see, there's only just 3 tabs up the top. So one is for whānau, one is for health professionals, and the last tab is just about Paeherenga and the study. Yeah, so the next 3 slides are just showing you what it looks like if you were going to click on the tabs. So this is what it would look like if you clicked on the whānau tab. So there's lots of beautiful pūrākau and advice and what have we got up there? Rongoa, caring for kaumātua. So just really good tools for the whānau to utilise. This is what you would see if you clicked on the Health Professionals tab. So this is really good for our health professionals that work in hospices or aged residential care or wherever that want to get better at caring for Māori end of life. So that's why I really wanted to show you all this beautiful new resource, because I think if we can get more of our non-Māori colleagues utilising this resource, we could, we're starting to care for our whānau better than what we are right now. And the Paeherenga tab, like I said, it's information about the study. What's really beautiful also about that website is it's quite pleasing to the eye. It's just absolutely gorgeous, easy to navigate. There's a lot of beautiful pūrākau from whānau. And this is the paiheringa team here. Future of palliative care for Māori. So what does that look like? The two tools that I just talked about, that is the future of palliative care for Māori. The Māori Mate Palliative Care Framework and the Te Ipu Aronui website. So every hospice in New Zealand received 2 hard copies of the framework. So there's just no excuse to not pick that up and utilise it. I think probably one of the only things that's going to be difficult for them to pick it up and use it is there's not much Māori working in hospice at all. There are some hospices that don't even have any kaitaka wāinga or any cultural liaison or anything like that, so that's a problem. And this is kind of like the ulterior motive for me to kōrero today, is because I would really, I would really love to see more Māori nehi working in hospices and palliative care. For 3 years at Arohanui Hospice, I was the only Māori nurse, and that can be a really lonely place. We've just actually employed our 3rd Māori nurse, so she just brings me so much joy, actually. Actually, we didn't steal her from Mary Potter. She moved up here, and then we kind of stole her. And also nurse practitioners. I don't know of any Māori nurse practitioners. Yep, I'll probably look at that later. But yeah, I would love to. Oh, have we got a specialist palliative care Māori nurse practitioner? Yeah, okay. Kia ora. But yes, if you want to see a change, we need to get in there. So this is my other cup fuller, hui, and it's organised by Hospice New Zealand. Ria usually organises it, and we're in the beautiful Hinerupe in Te Araroa, and that was about 2 or 3 years ago, and there's, I think, 3 other Māori nurses in there besides me, so it's for all kaimahi Māori that work in hospice. So this is all of New Zealand, kaimahi, just in this, so there's not a lot. What I'm trying to say is there's not a lot and we need more. Okay, I've got 2 minutes left. So I just wanted to just touch on the End of Life Twist Act, which also will tie us into our next kōrero. I mean, whether you're for it or not, obviously it is happening. So assisted dying will be legal in New Zealand from the 7th of November 2021. The End of Life Choice Act gives people who experience unbearable suffering from a terminal illness the option of legally asking for medical assistance to end their lives. How does assisted dying fit into palliative care? At the start of my kōrero, I talked about how, in the definition of palliative care, that the aim or the goal of palliative care is to affirm life and regard dying as a normal process, and it intends to neither hasten nor postpone death. So it doesn't really fit into, I guess, the foundation of palliative care. Arohanui Hospice won't be involved in providing assisted dying, as most hospices won't, but I believe there might be some. So we're certainly not going to turn whānau away if that is what they choose, but it won't be happening on our premises, or I won't be there while it happens, but we'll continue to support that whānau. So just, if I could suggest anything, is to go onto the Ministry of Health website and do the training. It doesn't take long, and it just means that we're better prepared, because we're about to hit, things that we haven't really been asked asked to do before. We're going to be asked really hard questions, so we need to be prepared to answer those questions. So, Dr. Paparangi Reid said, the Māori approach to death and dying is fluid by necessity. It continues to evolve, and understanding that gives us permission to change what needs to be changed. Can I just ask that if you're involved in caring for our Māori whānau at end of life, that you please have a look at those resources. Go to Hospice New Zealand or Google Mauri Mate. Go to the Te Ipu Aronui website, because that is a really good website for our whānau to utilise, as well as health professionals. These amazing and beautiful resources were created and developed by Māori experts and our whānau, who are also experts. Kia ora and thank you for listening to me today.
Stay there. Tēnā koutou anō. Kia ora Dai. Thank you for sharing those beautiful resources with us, but I think just going on the kaupapa of this weekend is, I think we all need to remember that we are our best resource, and as Māori nurses we have that advantage to walk in two worlds, and this is a beautiful space to be able to do that. I just forgot to mention, though, that Di also received the NZNO Recipient of Service to Nursing Award in 2019. And since then, she has been given the name of Lady Di, so that's what we refer to her as. But Di has also done some really great work, and as she mentioned, she has been the only Māori palliative care nurse up until recently. She attended a palliative care conference last year?
A couple of years ago now.
A couple of years ago, and was the only Māori nurse there in palliative care and was expected to speak on behalf of Māori. We also put out a karanga, a tono, to ask for other palliative care nurses to attend that conference with her, and which was, quite well what was paid for, and we didn't get any response. So if there's any tauira in the room that are contemplating this, come and have a kōrero with Di, please. Like she said, it can be lonely at times, and of course it's, can be quite a heavy space as well, but we do look after you, don't we? I think we do. Yeah. Anyway, enough from me. Ngā mihi, kia ora. Where's our strummer? I can't stand by the mic. Sing.
Tēnā tātou katoa. As we get ready for the next speaker, I'd just like to let she know, or that she's been our policy analyst Māori
for tōputanga tapuhi kaitiaki o Aotearoa for approximately 13 years. So all the submissions that we put through, this lovely, our next speaker is that one who puts it together for us to make sure that our voices are heard alongside the kaiwhakahaere. And she's just recently, I better write it because she might ground me. She's got an honours degree in Māori Studies and Te Reo Māori, and she's got a master's degree, first class honours in Public Health. And we're so privileged and honoured to have Leanne Manson, Policy Analyst Māori, come and speak.
Kia ora koutou. Tuia ki te rangi, tuia ki te whenua, tuia ki te nāko o ngā tangata ko te mea nui o te ao, ko te aroha. Mauri ora ki te maunga mā tairangi, mauri ora ki te moana o raukawakawa, mauri ora ki te mana whenua o tēnei rohi, ko te Atiawa rawa ko Ngāti Tō Rangatira. Mauri ora ki te whare o te papa, mauri ora ki te rangatira o tōputanga tāpui kaitiaki o Aotearoa. Nā mihi mahana kia koutou katoa. Nā mihi kia koe te rangatira Kiri, mō te poari hoki. I thought I'd get to this point and press the green button. Just wanted to share my tūpuna with you and to settle my nerves. Huri awa te tani wha kaitiaki o Waikoropupu Springs, te one tāhua te marae, tō te rohi rānei, ko huria mātinga te tūpuna whaia o Ngāti Toa, Ngāti Tama, Te Atiawa hoki. So I just wanted to share where I'm from. The best place ever, if Keelan's in the room, is my whare, which is in Te Tauihu o Te Waka Māui. And it is a special place. And to also show you my maunga, since it's heating the maunga. This is the great maunga of my rohi, parapara. And the waiata that goes with it talks about when you're feeling a bit nervous or you turn to your maunga for its strength, its courage, and it settles you. The maunga, where it is in the bay, looks directly over to Taranaki. So on a really clear day, you see Taranaki talking to Parapara. And that's a special place because that's where we came from in the Hiki Mai in 1835, from Taranaki to Te Tauihu o Te Waka. And to settle my nerves, or make me even more nervous, we'll give it a go. Mate koe I te aroha, te tiro ki Parapara, e kite koe I te oahi, nā ku e tahu e. So it really didn't help my manawa, which is going a bit fast now. And the green button doesn't necessarily want to work either. There you go. Kia ora. So if you don't know who these whānau are, they're the best whānau ever. And having worked with them for the last nearly 13 years has been an honour, a privilege, and has given me a lot of opportunities to work with fantastic Māori nurses and to be an advocate for them. So I just wanted to mihi to them all, particularly Mrs. Nuku and Keelan, Trace, and all of Te Poari and Titihuia.
But as Tracy said, I've got 4 days to go in my mahi at NZNO before I go and work for my new whānau at Te Pātaka Whaioranga as a principal advisor. So I'm really looking forward to that and to continuing my mahi as an advocate for Māori nurses. I want to also acknowledge the wisdom of Moana Jackson, who talks about taking a deep breath of courage, accepting the wero and stepping up to the challenge. But half the time the challenge is in my own head of being an imposter and not being good enough to stand before you and talk about my kaupapa. So I'm dealing with that, and I wanted to thank Whaia Donna yesterday for her words of, they'll all be asleep in the audience about this time, and so they won't really be taking any notice. So I cracked up for that one, Whaia. That was the best news. At a Hapiri Ramsden, how could you start a presentation without starting with her? She's an amazing woman. She talks about having the right ingredients to make change happen, and I had the privilege once of meeting her, and that was a long time ago when I worked in Tauranga Moana in the medical ward. But for me, her vision, her passion, her critical inquiry and her energy and her integrity is something that we should all aspire to. I also want to pay homage to our tōpūtanga tāpui kaitiaki, our nurses today and our future nurses, and I have a few learnings from my research, so as a sister nerd you'll get kind of used to this now. But some of it is to claim the space. It's your heritage and your right. Don't let anyone tell you that Māori nurses do not have a voice or a perspective to share. Be brave and courageous. Challenge the narrative, the patriarchy. Question, be curious and ask questions and demand answers. I think that we'd all agree that we need to have Māori-led solutions informed by Māori knowledge to guide our future health and well-being. And achieving this is going to take all of us. Unfortunately, we all work in a Western medical framework which continues to control and govern the health system in Aotearoa, New Zealand. Historical colonisation practices such as marginalisation, racism, bullying, bias and dominant white nurse culture has left traumatic imprints that continue to impact and silence Māori nurses' voices. So I've drawn some inspiration from a great African-American activist and poet, Audre Lorde. When we speak, we are afraid our words will not be heard, nor welcomed. But when we are silent, we are still afraid. So it's better to speak, remembering we were never meant to survive. For me, the research was not about kei te tika, kei te kore rānei, ki tēnei kaupapa whakahira. It wasn't important whether you were for or against the kaupapa of assisted dying. The most important thing is validating Māori nurses' voices and your perspectives as part of the journey. So I want to talk about my fabulous wahine tour, the 10 fantastic wahine tour. I just want to bow my head to you all for your brave courage, your resilient participants who shared their stories, their whakaaro on the kaupapa. I'm humbled by your commitment to end-of-life cares, the patients, their whānau, and your fabulous talents, your abilities, your generosity of spirit, your manaakitanga to provide whanaungatanga despite the systematic barriers which constantly undermine and undervalue your voices, your perspective, and your culture. I have listened, and these are your stories, your whakaaro, and I hope that I've done you justice and framing your perspectives. A little bit about my wahine toa. They're experienced nurses. There were 10 of them. They all came from the North Island. There were 2 nurse practitioners, and they worked in a range of end-of-life care settings, including primary care, hospice, DHBs, and they all have whakapapa to the Te Ika Maui, except one brave person who's from Te Waipounamu, so they were pretty special. The nurses were all committed to having their voices heard on the kaupapa and to improving the health outcomes of whānau, hapu and iwi. We conducted 10 semi-structured interviews which took place in the NZNO office or on Zoom, and using 8 questions which range from what your views on assisted dying, how this influenced your nursing practice, essential cultural considerations to guide assisted dying, and how do you implement tika, pono and aroha in your nursing practice. Sometimes I do wonder if I chose the topic or the topic chose me. Before I worked in policy, I worked as a registered nurse in end-of-life care settings, either with terminal children, in medical wards, in a hospice, and probably my most favourite place, the renal dialysis unit. Like you, I have all experienced working in a medical Western system where patients and their families' end-of-life care did not always allow them to die with dignity or involve their whānau in the process. I have vivid memories of these brave patients and their whānau, and I believe that their wairua has driven my commitment to the challenge and to change this wrong. In my policy role, it was clear that end-of-life choices legislation would become into law, and that Māori nurses needed to claim the space, create the change in nursing practice, and lead this mahi. And I also distinctly remember Kiri Nuku commenting that if Māori nurses aren't at the table, they're on the menu. So this was a driver for change for me. I think, thanks Di, wherever you are, I've taken my glasses off and I can't see now, so it's even better, that you've talked about the 7th of November, how that is a day when the implementation of the End of Life Choices Act will come into fruition. It's got a stringent criteria for people that want to be involved, and you have to be 18 years old, you have to be a permanent resident of Aotearoa, you have to be suffering from a terminal illness that's likely to end within 6 months, and you have to be competent to make an informed decision about assisted dying. So it's quite a stringent act, and also a medical practitioner or a nurse practitioner can give the medicine to relieve your symptoms and your suffering and bring upon death. But as Di said, assisted dying is not replacing palliative care, it's another option, and for those that choose to take it, it's an option for them. And just to let you know that the ministry, this isn't a plug for the ministry, but just information, that there are forums that are happening at the end of September on this topic for health practitioners who want to be involved in assisted dying and those that just want some education and some knowledge around it. And it's all free, so perhaps check out the website if that's something that you want to be involved in. I just put up the aims, but from now you would have worked out my slides aren't quite in the order that they should be, and that you all know that it's more about Māori nurses' voices than necessarily the kaupapa that we are focusing on. Why kaupapa Māori? I felt it was the best place to have a robust discussion about death and dying, and Fiona Cram says it well, the strength of kaupapa Māori is that it creates space and for Māori voices to be heard. So it's essential that wahine Māori nurses' perspectives are captured as a legitimate viewpoint, and that Māori nurses are a credible research group. So I did talk about being a sister nerd and how it's important to me that kaupapa Māori research, why I chose it was to honour the wahine toa who contributed to this research, but also to acknowledge the whaia tāpui kaitiaki or Māori nurse leaders who have gone before us, who have endured many years of structural barriers and who have led the way in Māori nursing. I didn't want to focus too much on the methodology of my research, but I wanted to honour my participants who worked to share their richness and their depth of their souls, their passion in end-of-life cares, and to improve outcomes for patients in their whānau every day. Some of their shared stories highlight their perspectives, their issues with the system, and working as a team with the whānau to provide wraparound services and how to bring about change in a system that is already stretched and already stressed. I wanted to share their passion, their willingness to give their time for this research because they wanted to make a difference, and how this will improve the health for the next generation. I think that many of you will relate to their stories, and many of you will have stories of your own and the uniqueness of your roles as Māori nurses. What my research doesn't include, which is the limitations, is that it doesn't address the underlying issues of poverty, of homelessness, dying without necessities of life, racism, poor communication, and lack of coordinated services. So I wanted to share with you some of the participants' quotes and their stories. So all of the participants describe the connection between whakawhanaungatanga and whānau wellbeing as an effective process to reduce stress, restore calm, and find solutions to addressing inequities in the service provision and find better outcomes for whānau. This connection provided comfort to the participants who felt a whakapapa connection or a link to the whānau, the land, the hapu and the iwi. Many of the quotes validate Māori nurses' unique practice in a community with patients and their whānau. And many of these stories could be your everyday practice. What the research does is capture Māori nurses' perspectives and demonstrate their awareness of informed consent, demonstrate aroha ki te tangata by taking hua whenua, kai, blankets, curtains to share with the whānau. Māori nurses were clear about the importance of supporting patient choice in their decision making. I think this is one of the quotes from Roy Mata that really says it all, really. You know, that whānau are living in poverty and will probably die in poverty, and that's the stark reality of Aotearoa health system today. My view in everything like that is not important. It's always about the person's choice. We don't always understand the choices people make, but it's still their choice. I make sure that the patients are comfortable with that decision and make sure that whānau are aware of their decisions being made. And I am there to tautoko the whānau as well as the patient. I've heard story of whānau going home to die and referral processes haven't been done. Or other stories of whānau that get discharged on a Friday and the services don't kick in until the Monday. Instead of just being focused on the person dying, I would focus on the whānau around that person. Indigenous nurses, we're really good at that stuff. That's the point of difference. We go the extra mile. If I could ask for one thing, it would be for larger whānau rooms. At the last facility I worked at, the whānau room used to be the hairdresser's room, so it was small, and it didn't really accommodate a small 1 or 2 people whānau, let alone a Māori whānau who needed a bigger room for whānau to be in. I've actually seen whānau being told not to bring certain foods in because of the smell and the effects on other people. The whānau probably broke their backs to get that, you know. They wouldn't just go to the supermarket. These kai are not available in the supermarket, and whānau would spend a lot of time gathering and preparing these. Some of the recommendations from the research is that whakawhanaungatanga become part of the comprehensive nursing care, that we can demonstrate Te Treaty of Waitangi articles of active protection in future health and cultural guidelines in end-of-life care, that we legitimise space for Māori nurses' voices, that further investigation into the barriers of end-of-life care, that education for all health professionals on Te Treaty of Waitangi articles and colonisation, practical solutions for supporting wraparound services for whānau are what participants and their family are really desperate in need of. Ensuring Māori values and worldview are given space to flourish and thrive in Aotearoa, New Zealand. So if there are any budding researchers out there who want to tell Māori nursing stories, please do. There's such a dearth of any Māori nursing stories, Māori wahine stories, and we need to claim that space back. So I seem to have rushed through this rather quickly, but I will take questions after I close if there's anything that somebody wants to ask me. But there are a couple of things that I would like to do in closing. And one of them is to read a poem that I wrote halfway through my thesis when things got tough and shit got real, and if it wasn't the iwi wanting me to do something, it was the runanga, and if it wasn't the runanga, it was the whānau. You know how it all goes. So I wanted to talk about that as well, and to dedicate that poem, because I've only shared it with one other person, and probably some people that read my thesis, which is probably only about 6 people, included the examiners, with Kiri Nuku, who is a fantastic leader, her tenacity, her drive, her determination to lead from the front. She does listen sometimes, occasionally. If you can provide an argument that runs a little bit different or alternative to her view, and hopefully you can make some changes there. But I'll read this for you, Miss Omahu. It's called Privilege Me. How do you tell your own story through others' lips? How do you tell your truth through others' eyes? How do you nurture your wairua, carry your tupuna on your shoulders and stand tall in their lies? Privilege me, the brown tapuhi view. Privilege me, bicultural waka blonde. Privilege me, mana wahine e tuturu nei. Whakarongo mai, we have a lot to say. Stop silencing me with your white lies, your arrogant pink mainstream overemphasised defiance, polluting my hininaro and choking my wairua with your over-talked, over-opinionated voice drowning out and standing on my silence. Ka oho mai, māranga mai nā tāpuhi, wake up, rise up. E hia ki ana nā atakura, tihei mauri ora. It's your turn to shine. A new day is dawning. So since we're in Te Atiawa land, I wanted to conclude my presentation with a whakatauaki of my tupuna mātua, te whiti o Rangomai. I te pō te kaihare I te rā, ko te mate te kaihare I te oranga. Night is the bringer of day, death is the bringer of life. Kia ora koutou.
So it's been a long journey that we've worked with Leanne, so it's with sad that we're letting Whāmek, and I can see you, Angela, take our taonga and allow it to blossom some more. So if I can, a word of wisdom. If you want to keep your staff, don't invite Matariki, Whāmek to Matariki. But Leanne has worked with us for a long time, and we've all grown up, out and wider, but we've all been on the same waka of challenging. And challenging policy means that we have to have a good person that can be the writer. So you have the wisdom, you have the voice, but it takes a special person that can formulate it in a way that the government needs to receive it and to challenge. So Leanne's been a great friend and a colleague for us, but has also paved the way in the policy that has been written for us all. I know that personally, when I've needed to go and to do some presentation, Leanne, I've always rung up Leanne and said, hey, what's the boundaries I can push? And Leanne will say, oh, okay, this, and the other thing. So I don't listen to her and I push outside wider than that, right? Because the only way that we can make change is to push to the boundaries and hopefully shift that middle line a little bit further and a little bit further. But Leanne's been great at doing that. So we welcome all the mahi and hard work that Leanne's done for us, and that we know that she's going to do for Whāmek. As Leanne mentioned at the beginning of her kōrero, she works with us, alongside of us, and she's going to Whāmek now, and I'll still be above her on a newly inaugural Māori ropu that's been formed, which I'm on. So we'll still have control over Leanne. But if you can join with us and sing this waiata, because all of the contributions that you see on the website, if you go back and look at our submissions, our oral submissions that we've made to government, our verbal, that's the same thing, oral and verbal, right? It's all come with the tautoko from Leanne. So kia ora. So you're Whāmek to be the chair.
Tere to tika, tere
Tēnā tātou te whānau. E whai aki nei te kai kōrero mutunga mō tātou, mō tēnei rā. Engari, So I'm just going to introduce our last speaker of all our guest speakers, right? Yeah, So this beautiful wahine, she's a fourth generation following in the footsteps of her tūpuna, Akinihi Hei. She has a background in health and management spanning 40 years, working in general and alternative health as a health practitioner. Her passion is initiating change in the lives of people with and for them. She is an experienced chief executive currently working for her iwi whakatohea. She has a wide range of business and commercial interests as a trustee, director and board member. She is a member of the Māori Health Runanga Board for the Eastern Bay District Health Board and is a board member of the Primary Health Alliance. She is a director of Te Pau Oranga o Whakatohea, a subsidiary that oversees social, health, education and general practice services, and was chair of their local iwi, of their local whānau ora collective. She is an active member of the Institute of Directors and is a member of Governance New Zealand and has completed a range of governance and leadership programs. So, from all that, I shall introduce this beautiful wahine, Dickie Farah.
E tū ana ho, kei raru I te maru o tōku kui a muri wai. E kui, e te pairu ariki e. Ka huri taku kanohi ki te taera whiti kei reira taku kaipō. E karanga no ku maunga tarekeha. Amakeo, e tū, ka mihi. Ka titiro raro I hua ki te rerenga I oku aua awaia a kua ware a o pape e wai aua e rere ki te moana nui a toi ka titiro au ki te poho I oku hapu a ngai tamahaua a ngā tirua te whare maere o tū tāmure e karanga ana a muri wai kia koutou katoa. Toi tū whakatohea. Tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Tuatahi ka mihi kia koutou katoa, ngā nehi Māori, tuarua ki a koe, Keri, ngā mihi mahana, ngā mihi aroha ki a koe. I'm very pleased to have been asked to speak here at the conference. This has been a privilege, and I want to thank every one of you for your time, your thoughts, and your conversations that we've had over the last 2 days. The presentations from our previous speakers over the last 2 days have been aspirational, deliberate, and thought-provoking, but we still have more to learn. This presentation today is a story about my whānau, and about our iwi, our aspirations, and our dedication to our nursing careers. There has been nothing more satisfying as being a part of a profession that has spanned more than 100 years of care, passion, commitment, and I'm grateful for the legacy that has been left by our Māori nurses, our doctors who have shaped our lives, our practices, and our Māori worldview. Heeding the call of the maunga has been the theme for this conference, and it is most appropriate. What we do is a calling. As a health professional, as a Māori, We want what is rightfully ours, the freedom to be, to act in a manner that is culturally us. To complement this theme, I have chosen this whakatauaki as a fitting reminder of the aspirations and challenges we have faced in the past and continue to face today and will most likely face a pōpō. Whaia e koe te tikahurangi, e tuahu koe he maunga teitei. Pursue your treasured aspirations, and if you falter, let it be only to insurmountable difficulties. Okay. Nope. Yep. This is the one. I had the honour of speaking at the Waitangi Tribunal Manawahine Kaupapa Inquiry on behalf of my tūpuna kuia a Ākenehi Hei. I want to honour her efforts and those of Iwa Wirapa, Te Whānau Apanui, Heni Whangapirita, Ngāti Porou, and Meriana Tangata, Kaitaia, and many other Māori nurses. These women were inspirational in their attempts to make a difference for our people. They worked hard, and they were severely under-resourced, and they were constantly ridiculed and marginalised within a system that did not recognise their value, their knowledge or contributions to improving Māori health. It is through their unrelenting drive and compassion that we acknowledge the battle they faced, and we continue to face today. Make no mistake, this is a battle, and we must be brave, we must be smart and one step ahead of what is yet to come. My story speaks across 800 years of insurmountable difficulties and begins with my tōku kuia tipuna a Muriwai. Muriwai was the eldest daughter of Irakewa and sister of Tōroa, the captain of the Mātātua Waka. She was considered a healer and a matakite. Her mana spread throughout the Eastern Bay of Plenty following the death of her two sons, Tāne Whirinaki and Kōwau, and recited in the following tauparapara, mai ngā kuri I whare ki te hiro. At a recent event we held in Whakatōhea, her image was painted by a prominent artist, Mr. G. His message to us and to our youth, I roto I te pauri he marama e whiti ana. Within the darkness, light will shine through. She is and continues to be our light, the symbol of hope and courage, even in the darkest of times. Yesterday I heard references to the treaty, and many of us can resonate to this. On the 26th and 27th of May 1840, 7 of our rangatira from 6 of our hapu o Whakatōhea signed Te Treaty o Waitangi and o Pōtiki. We can only assume their reason for doing so was for the betterment of our people. Sadly, this was not to be. 144,000 acres of land was confiscated. Whakatōhea was left landless, massacred by the hands of others, forced to live and die on a reservation, that's up in red, in the corner there, die on a reservation that could not feed us. We did falter. Our history tells us that the colonial assimilation of us as a people was our demise. But here we are today, still living on a reservation, pursuing our aspirations for a better future, a testament for the resilience required then and now in spite of such actions. Maria Nikora was my great-great-grandmother. She was very active in the Raupatu and Hauora space at that time, challenging the government and the courts to recognise ownership of land and the health of our people, whilst lifting her aspirations to educate her children. Hamiora, her eldest son, my great-grandfather, was born in 1871 at Takaha Native School before leaving to attend Te Aute. Then on to Auckland University, where he graduated with a Bachelor of Law in 1906. Hamiora became an active member of the Young Māori Party and had the support of young leaders, as shown there, Apiranga Ngata, Maui Pōmare and Te Rangihiroa, who encouraged him to present his paper, Māori Girls and Nursing, at the Te Aute College Conference in 1897. Hamiora actively promoted Māori nursing through the hospital system and sought assistance from James Pope, Director of Native Schools, to fund nursing scholarships. Apiranga also supported this idea and stated, Māori women have a special role. Train them to nurse the sick and you will give a doctor invaluable aid. These nursing scholarships were funded following Hamiora's request. Apirana, Maui and Te Rangihiro and many other Māori campaigned for an autonomous health system of care through the Māori councils, native sanitary inspectors, even in the proposed hospital system. Training Māori nurses did expand over time. However, in 1911, the program was assimilated under the Public Health Department, where many Pākehā students received these scholarships. Ākenehi Hay was born in approximately 1878, and she attended the Takaha Native School. She went to a Pōtiki convent and then on to St Joseph's Māori Girls' College in Napier. With the full support of her brother Hamiora and the establishment of the Māori Nurses Training Scheme, Ākenehi undertook her full training program in 1908, as well as a further 6-month midwifery course. Her path was set, but it would not be an easy journey. Her travel was horrific. After travelling for 3 days on board the steamer Chelmsford, she finally reached her destination in Te Hapua in the north. She walked 25 k's to Te Hapua Pā. She visited many houses along the way and always found someone that was ill with influenza, consumption, tuberculosis or typhoid. She worked tirelessly to educate them on how to prevent cross-infection, create isolation areas, and improve sanitation habits before moving on to the next pā. Her days were long, working late into the night, travelling by foot or by horse in the pouring rain, from one pā to the next. Her journey took her from Te Hapua down to Te Kao, 35 kilometres away. She had some successes, but she also faced some extreme disappointments. Access to a doctor and medicines was difficult and at times non-existent. She had to be resourceful, and she had to use every bit of her training and knowledge to help those in need. At one point, she became very depressed at not knowing what more she could do. She returned to Gisborne to await her next assignment. In October 1909, Ākenehi was sent to New Plymouth to undertake district nursing and work with the Taranaki people. Like Te Hapua, she went straight to work, dealing with the many illnesses. In March, she was then posted to the Whanganui River, where typhoid had occurred. Then on to Waihi for a short duration before returning to Taranaki. In June 1910, she took special leave to return to Gisborne to look after her brother, Hamiora, and his family and those in the community who had contracted typhoid. For 4 months, she battled with this disease and cared for her brother, his wife and children. Hamiora and his daughter Hakirirangi recovered. However, she was unable to save her nephew, Hemi, or herself. Ākenehi contracted typhoid and died in Gisborne Hospital on the 28th of November 1910 at the age of 32. She was a devoted sister who fell at her post, a dedicated nurse to her whānau and her communities, of whom she served and loved. I want to introduce you to my whānau. My grandmother, Te Waina, next to Ākenehi, was a nurse and completed her training in Dunedin. Her oldest daughter, Kate Robinson, became a nurse, completing her training at Wairoa Hospital, Hawke's Bay. And my mother, Mākere, the youngest in the whānau, completed her training at a Pōtiki hospital as one of the first Māori nurses to do so in a Pōtiki. I completed my training in 1981 under the last hospital-based training program for nurses at Tauranga Hospital. The call for more Māori nurses must never stop. We must be the catalyst for change in the Māori health system. It is up to us to leave a legacy of nurses for the future. I've provided a snapshot of our health system over the last 170 years that gives context to the destructive policy reforms of the time, inequalities, racism, and the paternalistic attitudes of our colonial forebearers. It does give you a sense of hopelessness. When I was looking through all of the history, I did feel that, but it also gives me the determination to carry on. Failure in my books is not an option. In 1850, the first slide on the left here, in 1850, Māori leaders petitioned government for hospitals. 1840, we had the first hospital open in Wellington, followed by one in Auckland. Māori were using hospitals at that time, but in a very limited capacity, for fear that they would not return. 1870 saw Parliament pushing through new acts, the formation of boards such as the Māori Wardens. They were formed to uphold the law and order of Māori communities, never mind any of our colonial forebearers. The Native Department was also set up, and we saw the Central Board of Vaccination for Aborigines established. But we also introduced to typhoid, 1860, smallpox outbreak in 1872, whooping cough, 1873, measles epidemic, typhoid in 1874. You also see there the first temporary hospital established for care for Māori patients at Te Tokanui Anuhomara in Te Kuiti. Most notably at that time was the nurse by the name of Marian Hathaway, ne Meriana Tangata, who is sitting between the two gentlemen in the middle there. The next slide, to 1890, Te Rangihiroa and Tūtere Wirepa received Māori medical scholarships. Compulsory health education was proposed for Māori, and the Native Department was abolished, and the Public Act introduced. In 1910, this was an interesting period. Māori public health was becoming more prominent. The Native Affairs Department was being re-established, and Maui Pōmare was appointed Chief Native Health Officer. Then both he and Te Rangihiroa were appointed to the Department of Native Affairs. The Department of Public Health takes full control of Māori health, and Māori Nursing Service established under the Health Department in 1911. 1920, the world experienced a far-reaching economic depression. But we also started to see the formation of health boards. You had the opening of a Māori hospital, Mahinarangi, at Turanga Waiwai Marae Ngārua Wāhia in 1929. We also started to hear about the work of Te Puia. Sanitation program for providing toilets for Māori homes was proposed, and Māori Councils Act was established. But you also saw that New Zealand was divided into 12 health districts in 1927. 1940, Māori councils abolished, and tribal executives were established. You started to also see publications outlining Māori health occurring, and major studies undertaken around inequalities between Māori and Pākehā. 1960 was where we started to see the establishment of Māori Women's Welfare League, the setup of the Māori Health Committee, the New Zealand Māori Health Council, the repeal of the Tohunga Suppression Act, and the Nursing Council of New Zealand established. When we come through to the year 1990, there's an explosion of Māori activity, both politically, nationally and regionally. We had the National Council of Māori Nurses established in 1983, Māori members appointed to area health boards. You had Ministerially Advisory Committee on Māori Health formed, and you also saw the establishment of 4 regional health authorities. MAPOs, which is 3 Māori co-purchasing organisations, and the re-emergence of Māori healers, including Ngā Ringa Whakahaere o Tiwi Māori. It was at the same time that the population-based funding formula was introduced, and area boards were established. We had 2 Māori research units established under the Health Research Council, and we also saw the Māori Health Scholarships established, Hauora Māori Scholarships. As we move forward towards 2020, we have seen Y1315, the primary health claim lodged, that was later combined with the Y2575 Health Services Outcomes Kaupapa Inquiry. We had the establishment of whānau ora, ngā Maya Māori midwives o Aotearoa, and we also had the COVID pandemic. But we're also starting to see the new health and disability reforms, 2021. If anything, this snapshot has shown us that the road to autonomy is going to be tough. It has shown us that we can do great things and that we can determine our own way of being Māori. Māori have had improvements in health. We are living longer. We have Māori providers delivering services, but we do need more. We still rank high in the majority of negative statistics for youth suicide, mental health, chronic diseases, dental health. With the current health reforms being proposed, there are opportunities to co-design for Māori, whānau, hapu and iwi. These reforms will require leadership and ownership of our problems, fixing ourselves. We will need to demand equity, access, public health education and workforce development. We will need to deliver on quality performance. Workforce development will sit right at the centre of any future development for Māori. I want to share with you the strategies that whakatohea are undertaking to reposition ourselves in a place where the learnings from our past will determine our future. Our vision, ko te kaihoki I Waiaua, was a vision that was developed through storytelling with our kaumātua over 2 days of wānanga. It was based on our mātauranga o whakatohea and knowledge of our whenua. It is these stories that are now woven into our strategic pathways and the journeys we are now on. Our purpose is both simple and complex. Simple in that when we undertook a survey, we only found that 10% of our whānau live at home. Complex in that 90% of our whānau that are not living at home are highly skilled and educated. Complex in that we are dealing with multi-generational dependencies, multiple health issues. Kia rangatira ai ngā uri o te whakatohea speaks to our ability and our investment in our people so that we can break the cycle. We started down the path of undertaking a survey of 750 people, which highlighted these 8 aspirational areas which form our 6 pou. I went home, well, my maunga called me home in 2010. And when I went home, I found that we were very disconnected. As an iwi, we had internal strife, we had internal struggles. But the thing that pointed me in the right direction was that I needed to understand what were the aspirations of my people. So we undertook a survey. And that took 2 years, approximately 2 years for us to identify what are their aspirations, what is most important to them. And these 8 pou, these dreams, whānau dreams and aspirations, was what we found. They wanted to have meaningful employment. They wanted to be healthy, well educated. They wanted the iwi to be reunited. They wanted to get through raupatu. They wanted to be healthy. They wanted our mussel farm to be developed. These were the things that they wanted. They wanted our youth to be employed. So we put together our 6 pou. Right at the centre of our pou is whakatoheatanga. And that's all about who we are, our history, our stories, our pūrākau, our vision of where we want to be in the future. Hauora, mātauranga, manaakitanga, social, whairawa and toiora. All of these pou do not act independently of each other. They are integrated strategies. They form our 50-year strategy moving forward. We have the base upon how we have gone about developing our strategies for our people, and we are well on that way of breaking down the culture that has been given to us forced on us over the last centuries, if not 100 years. So we have taken it upon ourselves to define ourselves as whakatohea and get on with doing the job. When I talk about whakatohea, every part of what we do is embedded into the things that we do. So in terms of tohekura, we hold that biannually, our own kura reo. And these are some examples that we talk about when we talk about our own cultural components. We developed our own whakatohea app, Waiata app, to teach our own and others. These are ngā waiata no whakatohea. That's gone viral. We also created a Digitech, where it's called our digital native space, where we are teaching our rangatahi, and our youngest ones have been around 11, 12, how to code. And we've worked in partnership with Waikato University. Research and development is something that we've picked up. We're part of a major 5-year research project around the moana, and that's overlaying mātauranga Māori over our moana, because we know the stories of those places that we have walked, that land that we have talked to, and the areas that we have fished from. This here is the board Te Pauoranga o Whakatohea, and this is where we have all of our social and education and health and GP clinics. Te Kahautu Maxwell is our chair. Mai Katawhara, legal expert. Josie, QM, she's got an education background, and myself. In this space, I have approximately 84 staff. When I started with Whakatohea, I actually only had about 3 staff. And it was very difficult because I had to bring things together so that we could see who owns what. It was kind of like the naughty child was everywhere. So we put the structure together and identified that we needed to build our workforce. In Opotiki and in the rural area, it's not easy to find the people that you need to drive your strategy. So we had to train, and every person that joins us in Whakatohea gets a training program. They get to develop their own expertise. So I had to go far and wide to find those that would build our workforce in the range of spaces that we work from, which is from babies right through to our kaumātua. And I want to share with you some of the work that we did do during COVID. This is our social team. I had 2 teams on the ground during COVID working 24/7. We had an 0800 number. We delivered over 1,000 packs to our community, going as far as Ngaitai, working with our 2 other providers in the community. This is about whakapapa. This is about connecting, and in times of adversity, you come together. Everyone in our community got a pack, whether it be a medical pack, whether it be a food pack. We just took them out everywhere. We also were able to help some of our whānau collect their prescriptions, so we delivered them. But we weren't doing this on our own. There were many other Māori and iwi that were doing the same thing. But what's important here was that we needed to connect with one another, and we gave because we had to, because that's what you do in times of need. We also have our support, our rangatahi hub. Now, when I talked about our 6 pou and why they're interrelated, is that with our rangatahi, one of the moe was we must have our rangatahi in work. So part of our program is to bring through rangatahi and to put them on different areas of our business so that they get work experience. At our medical clinic, we have nurses coming through there. On our dairy farm, we put whānau or rangatahi that want to learn about dairy farming, we put them on there. We will identify what you need to enable you to move forward. So we're training our own, and anyone else actually that comes and works with us. Mauri Oho is a program that was for young 18-year-olds right up to 30, 40-year-olds. And we have had amazing successes with those that have come on here, because they actually learn about what they want, where they want to go, and we help guide them and mentor them until they achieve what it is they want to achieve. We stay with them before the program, we stay with them during the program, and we stay with them after the program. That has been the success of this program that we're running. Tū rangatahi, we found it really difficult to get into our school, our college, when I went back. It was really hard, so I had to think outside the box and think, how do I get some of our whakatohea whānau on the board? And we did. And it was at that point where we started to make a difference. And we brought our rangatahi year 8s together, because within the whole rohe of whakatohea, and we brought them together on wānanga with them on our marae, to get them to whakapapa to each other, so that when they went into the schools, they had a tuakana, and that a tuakana had a taina to walk them through just that jump from going from year 8 into year 9. They had the support. We also established this program, Tū Rangatahi, which mentors young leaders in schools. And we continue to fund that program because 58% of us that live at home are Māori. Raising the standards of health is our GP practice. About 3 or 4 years ago, I thought to myself, how am I going to get a health centre that will work together? So we had our GP practice in one of our own buildings. So I made the move, and I made the decision to move them out of our own building into another leased building so that we could be closer to the other 2 GP practices. And we created a virtual practice where we wanted to work together and provide after-hours care, because it wasn't happening. We've been on that program for 3 years. And now, approximately 80% of our whānau don't have to go to whakatāne into ED. That's been a real achievement, and it is probably the start of the reforms where localities is going to matter. Building your own locality plan for your space. That is going to be really critical, and you would have heard it from Minister Pearney yesterday. Ki te whai au ki te ao marama, this is our transformational kaupapa Māori framework. This is what my clinical team work through, this is what our social services team work on, and this is also what our education team work on. It's a transformational program made up of 9 toa o te whānau that works towards individual and whānau well-being. It's a kaupapa Māori model. It's a holistic clinical assessment tool that we use to unpack intergenerational trauma, rebalancing individuals and whānau challenges. It has a pre-entry connection. Mai te wairua ki te whenua, ko wai koe, ko wai au, kai he mawe haere ana. And that's the entry into the system. We also look at how we refer and the process of doing that. Tino hu Māori a rātou. We look at our intake system and our allocation. Who are they best fit to work with? Who are they best fit to have that connection? You know when you are connected with someone that you meet. You can feel it a wairua. And it's about mahitahi. Once we have identified the right person, then it is down to mahitahi, getting on with the job. Doing the assessments, developing the treatment plan, doing the intervention, and then review, and then doing it again. But you come in at different phases of our framework. So we shared this one with one of our other iwi alliances, and we're working on it together. This is our sixth PO, commercial activities. And these were our priorities at the time. Education is at the heart of what we are trying to establish. We have to grow our own internal workforce. We are too far from the urban centres to try and gain the expertise we need to run our business. Our mussel venture, that took 20 years to develop. Our kaumātua had a vision, and we had a group of entrepreneurs from the South Island who actually had ownership of our water space up in the North Island. And our kaumātua said, how did they get that? How on earth did they get that? But it took us 20 years, or it took us less than that, to get from there to here, where we now have the largest mussel farm in the Southern Hemisphere. We've also got to the space where about a month ago we opened our mussel factory. We're also nearing the development of a precinct where our boats can actually land in our harbour. We're working with our council to build the harbour, and which will be finished in 2023. Whakatōhea has moved from being in a place that was not great to now being at the table as an influencer in many areas. This is the power of working with your iwi that thinks collectively, that involves you as the whānau, and that involves and gets involved in partnerships. But, there's always a but. We are very clear that we in Whakatōhea are mana whenua, and that we are a part of all decision making within our rohe, even though we do that very subtly, and that's okay. In summary, this presentation has been about whakapapa. We are connected to each other and to all things. We have seen over the last 2 days dreams and aspirations. We've also seen endurance, perseverance and patience. We must honour ourselves as nurses and all those in the medical profession. You are all hard-working, and yes, it's tiring, but what holds me up when I'm tired is what my kuia went through. That keeps me strong. I want to also thank you for hearing us share our mātauranga, our iwi strategies, and there are many other Māori providers out there doing some great works, because what we're here for has to make a difference. If there are 3 takeaways that I have to leave with you today, be purposeful, be deliberate in terms of what you want. Koena ngā kupu, ngā Minister Pen. There are opportunities on the horizon, so be creative and take them up. Challenge yourself to get involved and make a difference. And do work with a sense of urgency. The political arena moves quickly. We have to be quicker. So a sense of urgency means get up and get on that road and make a difference for you, your whānau, your hapu, and your iwi. Tēnā koutou katoa.
Anō reira ngā mihi ki tēnei wāhine ātāhua e pāna ki tō kōrero mai ki a mātou, tō whakaako mai ki a mātou hoki. Anō reira, tēnā koe. Yeah, so we just want to acknowledge the work. So you can't get any more governance than this. You can't get any more strategic than this. You can't even get, I was going to say something else. Anyway, just getting back to her kuia akenihi, hey, we celebrate her every 2 years with our tonga that we give to a recipient deserving to that person. So just hearing the kōrero from Dickie, could see the work her kuia that she did coming through her kōrero. And of course we celebrate Akinihi Hei, even though she wasn't the first Māori to register as a nurse, but she was the first Māori to register under her own name. So that just tells you that under her Māori name. So that just tells you the mana of the wahine that she was, and that you can see it in the rohe o whakatohea. Nō reira, nā mihi kia koe. So I'll leave this to
Tēnā koe, whae diki. I had another waiata on my mind. It was e kore au e ngaro, e kore au e whakamā. E kaha nei ahau ki te kimi, ki te rapu ko ai au. Manene ki te motu, manene ki te ao aha pēhea rā. E kore ware ki taku ukai pō, he uri no te whakatohea. E mihi kawatu ana kia koe. Hoi anō kia tātou katoa, kua tata mātou ki te mutunga o te rā. Ko tia mātou kai kōrero, so we only have a couple of things to do. Our students have the stage after afternoon tea, and then Kerry will close our Hui Tau Indigenous Nurses Conference 2021. Just before we do go to afternoon tea, what we're going to ask you to do is we're going to ask you to come, all the conference to come down to the stairs just out here. Tracy Black and Tina Cornia are in charge of directing where everyone will stand and where everyone will go for the conference photo. Kate White? Did I hear a what over there? That's Tracy right there with her hand up. So we'll go out there before we have afternoon tea. Now, some of the questions that have come to us in regards to tonight. So, Hakari tonight will be at the banquet hall in Parliament. We've got the place to ourselves, whānau. There's no ministers going to be there tonight. So there will be a bar. Unfortunately, there will be no FPOS, so you will need to stop at a money machine to get cash, because sorry, the other way around, sorry. There is only FPOS available and no cash bar available. Sorry. Make us all show up with cash and they can't use it. So we are asking if you can all be there by 6 o'clock. Now, the next question was, how are we all getting there? And I got told they're walking. And I said, surely there's another way. And they said, yes. If you want to get on any public transport bus that has train station on it, it will cost you $2.50. And don't forget, you need to wear a mask on public transport in Wellington. Otherwise, māraro waiwai. And the taxis are only being provided for our kaumātua. So just judging by time, you'll have plenty of time to go back to your room and get dressed. And that was the next question. Heha nā kakahu mo tēnei pō. Because it's Parliament whānau, ko ngā kakahu o kawa ne, ka kaua ko ngā kakahu ōpaki. So what I mean by that, it's more formal wear than our normal everyday wear. So please, no jeans with holes in them. That's about the worst you could get, ne? And in regards to tomorrow morning, just in case we forget to say something later on this afternoon, those who are staying at the West Plaza are to take their bags to your hotel reception in the morning, where they will be picked up and taken to the airport for you. Ka pai? Now, those staying at the Estelia and the Bolcott apartments, you are to bring your You are to bring your luggage here to Te Papa tomorrow morning for the hui atau, and to hop on the bus with your gear tomorrow when you go to the airport. Kei te pai. Kāre he pātai tū atu I era? Any other pātai out there? Again, if you have, it's Tracy Black over here. For any questions, big hand up there, over there. So what I'll do, whānau, is I'll do our karakia now, so when you all start filing back from having our photo, you can go straight to kapati. E te atua whakapainga te rākai, hei oranga mo mātou tīnana, whangaia hoki o mātou wairua ki te taro o te ora, ko ihu kraiti hoki tō tātou āriki. Āmene, and see you out there for the big photo.
Kia ora koutou, we're just about to the end of our day and we're up to Whitiwhiti Kōrero, so I just want to bring to the podium Kimmel and Lucinda, which are the outgoing Te Rūnana Tauira reps. Tau mai, hara mai, kōrua, kia ora.
Kia ora koutou.
No, look, have a look.
Ko waio, ko momo kei te maunga, ko takitamu te waka, ko Ngāti Rākau Pāka te hapu, ko Ngāti Kahanunu te iwi. Kia ora, ko Lucinda Solomon tōku ingoa. I'm a third year student from Whitireia, and I'm also the outgoing Vice Chair.
Kia ora, ko waio. Ko takitimu te maunga, ko aparima te awa, ko takitimu te waka, ko naitahu te iwi, ko takitai o te titi, te marae, ko murihiku toku tūranga waiwai. Ko Kimpon toku ingoa, and I am the Te Rūnanga Tauira Chair. Now, we were originally supposed to share this role, but this one just decided not to help me. Like any good student, I've been cramming over the last hour trying to figure out what to say when I come up here, and I've got an idea, but bear with me. So first I'm going to start off with an apology. I might have Kerry's haircut, but I don't have her wit or tenacity or oratory skills to speak well, so that's the first one. The second apology is an advanced apology, because after Donna Awateri's speech yesterday, I have a feeling you're going to be dealing with some tauira knocking out some medical students over the next few years. They're pretty keen. This is my first time attending Huiatau in person, and honestly, there's no words that can describe how much it's meant to me to be here with all of you. And I can't really describe how important the kōrero that we've had over the last few days, how much that means just to hear them. So I'm not going to summarise any of that because I'm still learning all that stuff. What I have picked up on is the importance of storytelling. So I would like to share my story of how I got here, my journey through my nursing school. So I am a cycle breaker for my whānau. I was the first person in my family to finish high school, first person to enter the tertiary space. First person to have a degree, hopefully, if all goes well this year. And it's actually been one of the hardest experiences over this last 3 years, trying to feel grounded in my identity. Before I came into nursing, before I got into my school, I was very proud to be Māori. I was proud of where I came from. I thought I knew my maunga, my people. But then, over the years, that's sort of been eroded because I was put in that tertiary space, and that's not a safe space for us, I feel. It actually started on probably my first week at my school when our pōwhiri was held while we were in classes and we couldn't attend it. And what's worse is, when I actually moved here from Australia to come do my nursing, I had two options. I could go to Te Whariwānanga or Awanuiarangi, or I could go home to the Southern Institute of Technology. And I decided to go home, and that first week really kind of broke me and sort of set the precedent for my journey of just speaking up about how wrong it is, people neglecting our culture. What else happened? My first placement, the person I was with, this is where it really broke me. First person I worked with actually yelled at me to speak English, made fun of the way I spoke and pronouncing where I lived. That was a really hard one. And that's why I ended up on this stage, really, because I stood up and I was like, nah, that's wrong. So I put my name down to be a representative for my school, because I'm like, nah, I'm not supposed to swear, so I won't. This is wrong. And then what ended up happening was Tracy Black goaded me into picking up the position of chair, of vice chair, and eventually that led to chair, and that's what I've been doing the last 2 years now. What's been hard through that journey is when I spoke, because I'm one of very few Māori students in my school, when I asked my tutors for help, they were helpful. They tried their best to support me, but when I told them what my issues were, I just felt like nobody was listening, or they didn't get it, and they just don't get it, you know? Where was I? Oh yeah, inspiring part. But sitting here with you today, like even the corridors we had last night with our tauira, they had the exact same experience. It was the first time I could have a conversation about what it means to be Māori in this space without having to be defensive, without having to justify why I think this way, and it's slowly started to build up my wairoa again. Still working on it, but we'll get there. The struggle is real, but I'm hopeful. These last few days, hearing everyone's kōrero, what they've done, it's put that fire back in my belly to keep going forward, keep pushing that mahi. So I really do want to thank you all our guests who came to speak to us and reminded us of what we're fighting for. I want to thank all the nurses, which is everyone here, I'm assuming, for all the mahi you do, keeping our whānau safe, being a role model, giving us something to aspire to, giving us a foundation to build on to, achieve those dreams that we want to fulfill. I want to thank our tauira for taking up that wero, for I don't know, being who you are. When I sat in that room on Thursday and I saw all the different personalities, all the different kōrero yous brought to the table, it gave me that hope that, yeah, we're on the right path. I think there's going to be a Māori renaissance again. I think we're in the middle of it, to be honest, and I'm really excited to see what comes up in the next decade. And that's going to be you guys. I see yous. I want to thank our Whātereia students who awhi'd us on Thursday, who put in the work to make sure that we were taken care of, who hosted us. And I don't think I can say thank you enough. You do it now.
Okay. So it has been an awesome experience to be here. I was here 2 years ago, and it's just so much to take in, and you can't really take it all in. And it's awesome that we can, and it has been recorded, and we can go back and watch it. We've got students that are on placement at the moment, and I'm sending the link out to them, and they're watching it, and they're inspired. There's a lot of awesome things you guys have done for us, and you've laid that pavement for us to walk upon. And for us, we're so grateful and thankful for it. You've given us an opportunity to have references to information that usually gets lost. Now we can look back on it. It's been recorded. Our students now have it in their hands. So thank you so much.
Chair.
Tēnei te mihi atu kia kōrua, Lucinda, kōrua tahi ko Kimo. Kōrua I arahi I ngā tauira I te tau kua hipa nei. Tēnā kōrua, tēnā kōrua, tēnā kōrua. I just want to say Lucinda's been amazing, but Kimo was a very interesting person when he came onto the board. Every time we had a Zoom, you could never see his face because he'd never turn his camera on. And we always wondered, is he actually listening? So just before we close for the afternoon, I just want to ask Sandra if she would come up, please, up on stage, just to announce something to all of you in regards to leadership. And Kerry's looking at me because she doesn't know this isn't part of the program that she has. So, Sandra Corbett, everyone.
I just knew a couple of seconds ago that I was walking up onto the stage to let you know that Te Mātua Māui earlier in the year decided to nominate the kaiwhakahaere for an international award. So we put forward her resume. We were so proud of her, and I can't say enough for all of Te Mātua Māui, the way we feel about our kaiwhakahaere, her journey and her strength, the way she's nurtured all of us around her and encouraged us to step up when needed. Now, I haven't got the information that explains the actual award with me, but I'm happy to get that out to you all when I've got a bit of time to check on my phone. The old memory's not as good as it used to be, but it is an international award that is prestigious, and they asked us, they told us there will be a process around communicating that she had been a recipient, and she has to travel, she is invited to travel abroad to receive this award. So, aroha mai, I have not got the actual details about this in my head. At the time, we were just so determined, I guess, to share her mahi and her investment that she has put in to Māori nurses, not just in New Zealand, but to Indigenous nurses throughout the world. Globally, we know all of you that have taken an interest in the work of the Rūnanga and the kaiwhakahaere will know, and of course listening today, about the United Nations. But there is so much more that she does. And again, I apologise I haven't got the details of the actual award, but I will make good tonight, given the time. So just wanted to let you know that it is coming up, and that not only do we know we have a special taonga, but the world knows as well. Kia ora koutou.
Started the hui off by welcoming you all here on behalf of Te Puare, and we'll close in that manner. And I just want to start by doing a few acknowledgements, because it's no easy task to get over 200 people to a hui in Wellington. And first of all, what we do at the end of this hui is evaluate the success of the hui and look at how we can build on to the next one. And so in about November of this year, we'll start the planning process around what needs to happen next year. But the principle behind this is not only just giving Māori a space to be safe, because we, as I said, we often know that in the health sector, and working with other health professionals, we don't always feel safe. So this creates a safe space to enjoy the kōrero and be proud of the kōrero and warriors that are forging the path by walking it. So that's often not one of the things that we do. We often do forget who we are. We often do put that on hold because it's not cool to be Māori. But as Dr. Mona Jackson's always said, you are a Māori who happens to be a physio, who happens to be a nurse, who happens to be a tauira. It is not by accident that you are Māori, it is by whakapapa. And we must never forget that. And I like the call for the freedom fighters, because that's what we've got to be if we want to be and dream of a future. And Princess Tapuia always said, if I dream alone. If we dream, we can make things happen. And that's where we've got to be, making things happen for our mokopuna. So Te Puari will start thinking about what the next hui is going to be, what the next theme is going to be. We'll start thinking in October and we'll get somewhere in January before we send out, maybe in June. But the important thing about this hui is that it's built on authenticity. Our speakers have mana, have pride in who they are, and we want to show that to you guys, that they are proud, strong warriors. And through all this intergenerational harm and this institutional racism or systematic racism, that we can rise above it if we all hold hands together, because it's in the kotahitanga that is the power. So I just want to do some acknowledgements, because all of this stuff is what we dream up to make sure that it connects with the heart. So the minute you walk in the door, actually the minute you receive your registration and then fly here, the excitement should be building. The minute you walk in the door, you should feel flash, because that's what you are. And some of the people that make us flash are Streamliner, the guys at the back there, Craig, Ruben, Danny, is it James, Ben, and Case. Those guys there are what puts the flash graphics up and that make us feel awesome. And in actual fact, the cover of your program was developed in 2019 by Ruben, by just, I think, doodling and coming up with the images that we call now the powerful warriors behind the tipuna, the maunga. So we took his idea and we've run with it, because that's what you do. And that's become ours now, because it reminds us that we're not standing alone, we're standing on the shoulders of our tipuna, and that's what makes us really important and really special. To the Te Papa staff, who also made this possible, provided the kai, a little bit noisy sometimes at the back, but provided the kai that we have eaten and enjoyed. And it's over that kai that we have those conversations that we'll always remember. And also to Joel, our kaitiaki kawirita, for capturing the story of being here and doing it through Māori eyes, because that's critical. Our story cannot be retold through non-Māori eyes. They must be told in our way. To Hugo, who has been racing around here doing interviews for the Whakapapa Kōrero, and Belinda, who's obviously over there, no, for working and putting soul back into what we need to do to move forward in a way that is embracing. And you've all been part of the amazing rōpū that she's part of. And so that energy is a new energy. As Belinda has said, she's new to working with us. As Leanne's leaving, Belinda's coming in. So we know that we're going to grow in a different way. But that's what we should do. We should embrace that and move with that. But most importantly, the person behind the scenes is the person that's down in the corner there, Diana Geeling. You stand up, Diana. I'm sure wouldn't recognise her. She's that Pākehā woman in the corner. Now, so Diana is the what's your role? PA to the kaiwhakahaere. And we're really, and Puare, and we're really privileged because we work in a relationship where we both can win from it. So Diana embraces our kaupapa, and we teach Diana how to do it. And it's not easy to arrange so many flights, so many taxis, so many vans, and the venues, and to work with us to negotiate the contracts and make sure everything's coordinated to be here. It's not an easy job. And I'd like to say that Diana has done that extremely well. And for that, the success of this hui is also dependent on how well we work together, and Diana has done amazingly great for us. Long may it continue. But to Puare too, not afraid to take the stage, not afraid to embrace the speakers, and certainly not afraid to represent their rōpū and their iwi with pride and mana. So it is a privilege that I work alongside of them sometimes. No, all the time, guys, all the time. It's a privilege to walk alongside them on the journey. But as you'll see tonight, the Master of Ceremonies has got to be Keelan Ransfield, who has always been the person not afraid to get up, and when we've got a gap in the presentations, not afraid to tell his jokes, which we've heard quite a few times. If you notice that we weren't laughing anymore. But not afraid to fill that gap and to make sure that he's uffing us and to everybody here. His voice has somewhat matured over the time since I've had singing lessons and taught him the way. But importantly enough, he's the one that actually we've become reliant on to always strum that guitar, to always have that kōrero ready to go, or to always have that joke ready to go. So, Keelan, we can't thank you enough. But a conference is only a conference. If you're all just sitting there and we don't give it heart and mauri, and we don't go away and we don't give it that special thing. And I think what we've got today is a whānau. Because as the whanaungatanga happened, as people were meeting one another, and as we didn't have a face-to-face hui last year during COVID, this was one of our first times that we could get together, connect, and take a breath together. So really, at the bottom of our heart, thank you for your presence, thank you for being involved, and thank you for being Māori. A conference and the waiata, which as we all leave today will play the Hear Our Voice, was intentionally picked to ensure that we do just that. That we do want to make the world a better place, that we do believe, and we do ensure that our voice transcends the decades. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. E to everybody and sing along. Or lip sync.
He kakanoa ho, i rui au mai, i rangi a te and I will never be lost. I am a sea, what a great descended from a line of chiefs. He kakanoa, he kakanoa. Ki ara ue, taki taki ana kama, komia o kutikana. Tōku reo tōku oho, tōku reo tōku mapihi marea. Tōku whakakai marihi. My language is my strength, an ornament of grace. Okay, whānau, if we can just hold hands, try to make a purawhita for our last karakia for the evening, before dinner. Kia mau. Shot. Oh, that looks awesome, whānau. Kia inoi tātou. Ka rukuruku hia ko te rā ki tua. Ko te ngutu o te paerangi o te pae whenua. He rangi ka mutu nei he pō ka hua mai e moe e te ao e ara ko ngā haere pō. I te kānapatanga mai o Matariki o tā rewa o Rehua Kirunga, ko te tini o uru kāhora, kākahutia rawa i te rangi, kākahutia rawa i te whenua. Nā nui o te pō e ara e moe e te ira tāne, e te ira wāhine, ka ara ke he rā no tira te whitinga mai o te ao, he pō kauri, he pō katango, he pō kapo e tihei mauria. Mai e te tipua, mai e te tawhito, mai e te kāhui o Nāriki. Mai e tā whiwhi atu kia rongo, e rongo whakairi hea ki runga hei whakawātea. Tūturua whiti whakamaua kia tīna. Haumi e, hui e. Mauri ora whānau, see you at Parliament at 6.
Hear my voice, hear my dream. Let us make a world in which I believe. Hear my words, hear my cry. Let me see a change through these eyes. Hear